Good morning, everybody. May I invite you to find a seat, preferably one that is free, if at all possible. Good morning and welcome to this Presidency Conference on Research Infrastructure in a Challenging Global Environmental and Social Economic Context. My name is Sven and I will guide you through these 2 days, trying to keep it interesting, at least my part. Most of the interesting information will of course come from the speakers, and I will also try to keep us on track because we got a pretty packed schedule with a lot of interesting speakers for you. To make sure that you have a fruitful 2 days, I would like to share some, let's call it guidelines that might help you to survive these 2 days and get the most out of it. And the first one is my favorite one. If at all possible, try and avoid as much as possible your weapons of mass distraction. You know them, those little rectangle boxes we carry around that are great at distracting us from what we're actually doing, distract us from being here. So please, to get the most out of this, try and get these out of the way. We will have several breaks where you can feed your addiction or answer any important messages that come your way. Of course, it always helps to be an active listener, not just a listener, but an active listener. And what does that mean? Always question yourself, what's in it for me? How can I take relevance out of what is being said here? Maybe it's not one-on-one applicable to your situation, but I'm sure there's always something you can find that could be useful or interesting. That's the second one. The third one, our job is to provide a context in which you can get interesting information. We have a lot of speakers. We have you, of course, because a conference is also about mingling with others, sharing experiences, getting connections. And so your task is to find the learning, make these connections, have the conversations, ask the questions that need to be asked. That's how you will get the most out of it. And then a fourth one, the last one. As I said, we have quite a sharp and a busy, packed schedule. So try to be on time when the sessions start again. And I would like to extend the same invitation to our speakers. Try and stick to the time that is allocated. Otherwise, the next speaker has a little bit less time, and the last one might not have a lot of time left. So it's also a bit of respect to your colleagues. To help you, we'll have a timer on the clock over there that will help you to guide your way. We are opening this conference with 3 welcome speakers, and our first speaker is Mark van Holsbeek. He's the director of the Federal, Interfederal and International Coordination Department at Belspo. Welcome, Mark.
Dear Director from the European Commission, dear Anna, dear Director General from the outgoing Spanish Presidency, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to this conference on research infrastructures organized under the Belgian Presidency of the Council of the EU in this inspiring setting of the Royal Library of Belgium. Since we are in a library, please allow me to start with those famous verses from French Renaissance poet Joachim du Bellay. Happy the one who, like Ulysses, has taken a marvelous journey, or like him who won the golden fleece and then comes home full of wisdom and knowledge to live among his family the rest of his days. Let me tell you that this poem reflects, to some extent at least, the feeling I and my colleagues do have now, slowly but surely arriving at the end of the marvelous journey of this Belgian presidency. We may not have come home yet, but it's already good to look back at the main priorities of our presidency and the role to be taken therein by research and technology infrastructures. During our presidency, we have underlined that research and innovation serve as our main catalyst for achieving greater resilience and open strategic autonomy in Europe. In this perspective, research infrastructures help us to better valorize research results and strengthen the role of research and innovation in society, facing key industrial but also societal challenges. We may not have won or not yet won the Golden Fleece during our presidency, but at the end of May, the Council unanimously adopted 4 key initiatives that will set a path for a better future. Council conclusion on strengthening the valorization of knowledge will help us to bolster a resilient and competitive industry and achieve strategic autonomy while preserving an open economy in Europe. Council conclusions on the ex-post evaluation of Horizon 2020 provide valuable insights into the successes and areas for improvement of the Horizon 2020 program, guiding future research and innovation strategies. Council recommendation on research security emphasize the importance of safeguarding research and innovation activities from security threats, ensuring a secure environment for scientific progress. Finally, the modification of the regulation concerning an initiative of the High-Performance Computing Joint Undertaking, Euro-HPC, aims to support AI startups and reinforce Europe's leading role in the field of trusted artificial intelligence. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, since we are hosted by the KBR today, it may be good to remind us that for centuries, libraries were a primary, if not the principal, research infrastructure for academic institutions. Libraries were, and they still are today, absolutely central in the circulation of knowledge. Since then, research infrastructures have considerably diversified in Europe, in all disciplines, never forgetting the social science, the humanities, and the arts, having become the cornerstone of our scientific advancement and technological innovation. They provide us with the essential tools, facilities, and networks that empower our researchers to push the boundaries of knowledge and tackle the grand challenges of our time. But infrastructures, like the libraries of the past, are also faced with an unstable geopolitical landscape, new and rapidly changing political priorities, such as strategic autonomy in an open economy, digital and environmental transitions, or mission-oriented policies. This requires flexibility, capacity to adapt, and resilience. Our distinguished speakers will explore the value of research infrastructures in the face of such great opportunities and challenges. They will discuss their contributions to key political objectives like the Green Deal, considering how our eyes must decrease their own carbon footprints. We will examine together the broader ecosystem, including the relationship with national and regional RIs, as well as other initiatives and instruments. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all a day full of fruitful and open discussions. I really hope that after this conference, in the words of Du Bellay, you will come back home full of wisdom and knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Marc. It's also a bit coming home for me to be here. I used to be a history student in Brussels, and so I spent many hours here downstairs in the library researching the marriage politics of the Belgian nobility. Very exciting, I can tell you. I'm sure it will be more exciting here. Good. Our next speaker is Anna Panagopoulou. She's the director at DG Research and Innovation at the European Commission, and she's also here to welcome you. The floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Mark and Lisa. I mean, it's very difficult to speak after you, Mark. I thought that you gave a brilliant welcome speech and very inspiring as well, because you really put the context of our discussion today in a great political environment. So first of all, I would like to thank all of you for being here today. And having so many people with us today demonstrates the high interest that you have all about research infrastructures, and you believe that you have, that research infrastructures are, should be, and will continue to be important assets for RNI ecosystem. I would like to particularly thank the Belgian presidency for organizing this great event and for keeping the political priority on research infrastructures. And I'm extremely happy to be here. Actually, I have been living in Belgium for 27 years. I have never been here, so I'm discovering things. And yes, libraries were the place where initially research infrastructures were considered to be. They have been transformed. But I understand here is not just a place for knowledge, it's a place for culture. And what I appreciated very much from the Belgian presidency with some of the advertisements and tweets that you did is that you tried to link the culture with the research and innovation from antiquity up to the market, and this is what we have to do all together. This conference on research infrastructures is coming indeed after very political deliverables by the Belgian presidency, and Mark mentioned all of them. I would like just to highlight two things from my side. First of all, I'm extremely pleased that we continue with the priorities that have been given by the previous presidencies. We have under the Czech presidency, the Brno Declaration. We had under the Swedish presidency, the Lund Declaration, and under the Spanish presidency, the Tenerife Declaration, all of them addressing in particular the research infrastructures, their importance for global collaboration, international collaboration and strategic assets, but also their importance on the digitalization as well. As Mark said, the Knowledge Valorization Council conclusion addressing, again, research infrastructures together with technology infrastructure, and I think this compendium between research infrastructure and technology infrastructures is an issue also to consider in the future as well. But also it addresses, through the Council recommendation, the issue of research security, which is a very important one in the years to come. Research infrastructures have been always one of the best examples that we were able to demonstrate about the European research areas. There are common assets that have been co-financed in many occasions by different member states with structural funds, with national funds, and with support from the European Commission Framework Program, Horizon Europe, to complement this funding. There are places where knowledge is created. There are places that are contributing to environmental aspects and socioeconomic impact for the society. And there are places more and more that we consider that they may contribute and they can be enablers for the technological developments, in particular for the critical technologies that are so important for Europe. Today that we are having this conference, we are in a very important period of time for European policy. In a few days, we are going to have the European elections, and you know how important they are. This time, we are all looking forward to see how is going to be the new European Parliament, which will influence the decision of the new President of the Commission. A new college is going to be established, where they are going to set up the priorities for the next Commission. In parallel, the European Council is preparing a strategic agenda for the next period, 2024-2029. And in the Commission, you can imagine, we have started our internal reflections about preparing the next framework program and about our next priorities. I'm sure that green and digital will continue to be a priority to be considered, but of course, competitiveness, European sovereignty, they are becoming more and more important priorities for the known reasons. I don't have to repeat that we are in a period where a war is around Europe, but also the pandemic demonstrating that we have a lot of vulnerabilities and it is important to be more resilient and more ready for the future. So in this context, our duty is to defend research and innovation, to defend an important budget for research and innovation, a budget that makes sense, a program that will contribute to the challenges of Europe, and to demonstrate and to work together on how research infrastructures will be the strategic assets for this new period for Europe. This is something that we know that we cannot do alone. We have to do with all of you, member states, stakeholders, the representatives of the research infrastructures, the ESFRI and the ERICS. So we have to work together in order to identify how will we be able to make this important political narrative to our masters, and also to think, based on the experience that we have over the last years, what needs to be promoted, what needs to be done in order to empower, indeed, research infrastructures as strategic assets for Europe. I'm extremely happy with the themes that have been identified for the discussion today, and I will be looking forward to listen, but also to have the feedback for this discussion, because this is the way that we can deliver ERA together, and we can also address what we have seen recently from the Letta report, the fifth freedom for the single market, where research, innovation, education, and knowledge is in the middle. So looking forward to your discussions and to the outcome today, with a big promise from our side that we'll do the utmost for pushing for more research and innovation in Europe and promoting research infrastructures in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you so much for these welcome words. I don't know if you have been doing this in the last few weeks, but as the elections are coming up, I have a lot of friends who are not convinced about the EU. I don't know if you have some, raise your hand if you have some friends that are not convinced about the EU. Ooh, I'm almost the only one. That's great. We don't have friends, yes, exactly. So I was trying to find arguments to convince them why the EU is important, and maybe next time I'll also add research institutes on the list of how the EU can help us getting forward. Our last welcome speaker is Elisa Rivera. She's Director General for Planning, Coordination and Knowledge Transfer at the Ministry of Science, Innovation and Universities.
Thank you. Dear directors, dear Mark, dear Anna, dear colleagues, it's a very pleasure for me to be part of this conference today on behalf of the Ministry of Science, Innovation and Universities. And it's also a pleasure because I know where you are. It's one of the biggest events, the last event of the Belgian presidency. I know how tired you should be, and it's just the only, I mean, just to pass my gratitude and also to pass the baton to this Belgian presidency, also as a follow-up of this conference that we held on the global dimension on sustainability of research and infrastructures during the Spanish presidency. We gather all together here in this magnificent temple of science to discuss on important topics relevant to the successful of the research and infrastructures in the context of the European research area. Without any doubt, research infrastructure constitutes a fundamental pillar of excellent research innovation and knowledge valorization, providing researchers, innovators, and all the stakeholders the capacity to develop expertise, use experimental devices and technical resources, extensive collection of data, complementary ICT, and computing services. ARISE are necessary tools to perform cutting-edge fundamental science and applied research, extending the frontiers of knowledge and developing state-of-the-art technologies, feeding innovation, contributing to the green and digital transition. We were talking about this Green Deal, our Green Deal, the framework that Europe has set up to become a climate-neutral continent in 2050. The most important goals, the most important framework that we have more than ever now that, as Anna has outlined it, we are in the context of these European elections, and science, research, and innovation are most of our fundamental European values to preserve democracy. Furthermore, recently, the European Council on the 17th and 18th of April were focusing on the future of the economy, the European economy, focusing on 3 items. The economy of Europe should be based on a resilient, competitive, and innovative. That means based on knowledge, and that is what we are going to talk today. How research and infrastructures, they are also part of this. They're also part of this future of the European economy, competitive, innovative, and resilient. As acknowledged by the European Council in 2022 in December, as the director Mark has outlined, the European Strategy Forum for Research Infrastructures, ESFRI, provides the framework to guide the needed development, the developments and challenges that we are going to talk today here. Certainly, the current geopolitical circumstances on a global scale, as highlighted by ESFRI, has outlined the various challenges that we have in front of us that are going to impact directly on these RIs. Among those, I would like to say energy, of course, and supply challenges. Disruption in the global energy supply chain have impact on operations of the RIs. Difficulty in acquiring scientific equipment. Semiconductors and raw material challenges pose obstacles to the procurement of the essential scientific equipment, hindering research activities. High inflation and salary impact. Escalated inflation rates exert pressures on salaries within the research community. Of course, rising energy and component prices, cybersecurity threats, complex international landscape, these are those challenges that we are going also to face in these 2 days here, when we are going to talk about the impact of the environmental and social geopolitical context on RIs, and also on this strategic autonomy that is needed for Europe. In navigating these challenges, concerted efforts and strategic intervention are imperative to ensure the continued resilience and effectiveness of RIs. If we want to advance in scientific research and innovation, finding solutions to these challenges notably requires a committed and collaborative efforts, often on a global scale. The Tenerife Declaration on the Global Dimension and Sustainability of Research Infrastructures, promoted by the Spanish presidency just 1 year ago, was called upon this purpose, also following the multifaceted aims of the Brno Declaration. So these were focusing on 2 fundamental aspects, these 2 declarations. 1, sustainability and resilience of research infrastructures, and 2, the necessary global dimension of an international cooperation that is required to find solutions all together to the current and future global challenges. This high-level conference, this conference under the Belgian presidency on research infrastructure in a changing global environmental and socio-economical context, give us a new opportunity to address these challenges, demonstrating that many of these are still present and that only united we can face those challenges. I wish you a very fruitful conference, useful discussions, and a very good networking. And thank you again for inviting us to be part of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we've set the scene on the challenges. I have a small question for you. Who believes here in science? Raise your hand. Most of you. In the back, there are some people doubting. So if you believe in science, you'll have to play along with the little exercise we're going to do, because science has shown that if you stand up, your blood starts circulating and you actually can think better, come up with more creative ideas, listen better, etc., etc. So I'm going to make a few statements, and if the statement is true, you just keep on standing up. If it's not true, you sit down. Okay? It's clear, right? So the statement, or the first statement is, I have spent more than 30 minutes coming here to this venue. If that's true, stand up. Okay? Most of you? Okay, so keep on listening. If it's still true, you can stand up, or keep on standing up. If not, you sit down. I have traveled more than 2 hours to get here. Okay, that eliminates most of the Brussels and region of Brussels people. I have traveled more than 4 hours to get here. That's more or less Belgium, I'm guessing. More than 6 hours? 8? We still have some standing people. 12 hours? Yeah, where did you come from? Canary Islands, 12 hours. That's a long trip to get here. Thank you so much. Thanks for taking the time. Good. We have outlined some of the challenges. Now let's take a look at the vision for research institutes, and we're going to take a look at two different, well, I don't know if they will be different, but two perspectives. First, we'll have a view of the Commission on the future vision of research institutes, and then we'll have a perspective from the research institutes themselves. So let's start with the European Commission. I already have introduced her. Anna, you can come back on stage, and we're curious to hear what the future holds.
This one is going to be more difficult, of course, because we are going to more details, and then probably, since I'm not a scientist, I will not be the best one to give you all the details. But let's go and get a step back, and let's think where we are today. So I think we are all happy around the table with the framework of collaboration that has been established, the number of research infrastructures that they have put in place, and the contribution of research infrastructures to all the challenges that we have today. So the conference is going to organize in sessions, starting with the role of research infrastructures on strategic autonomy of Europe, and in an open way. I'm just saying open way, because what we were always used to say in research and innovation is that we have to be as open as possible, as close as necessary. The last years, with all the work that we have done in the context, also European Open Science Cloud and Open Science Policy, will try to promote the openness to scientific data, scientific results, so that they can be reproducible and could be promoted to other researchers in order to enhance their excellence in their work. Where we stand today with this? First of all, as Mark said, we had a new package on economic security strategy in Europe and Council recommendations on research security, where there was a specific reference to research infrastructures. So while we are open, we have to be able to put in place the safeguards measures to those services and data and instruments that we have, that they are sensitive for the European sovereignty. So first thing, this is an aspect to be looked at. The second issue that I would like to mention is the research infrastructures as enablers for key critical deep tech technologies. I mean, we have been focused all over the years, or we have demonstrated, and you know, all of you, that the scientific knowledge that is provided by research infrastructures as hub for knowledge, for excellent research, for excellent scientific basis. But we see more and more the role of research infrastructures providing services to industry and to enabling the creation of key enabling technologies. Here I would like to use, if you allow me, the example of IMEC, which is based in Belgium. I visited IMEC myself. I was impressed. I was asking the Belgian colleagues, is it considered as research infrastructure, as technology infrastructure? I understand it's something in between, but it's a clear example of this compendium and continuity between research infrastructures and technology infrastructures, and a place that really works on deep tech technologies and enabling nanotechnologies, digital innovations, including semiconductors, which is one of the critical aspects that we're looking at in Europe. And when we're talking about socioeconomic impact, but also criticalities and sovereignty of Europe, I would like to use the example of the work that we have done on COVID-19 platform together with EMPM and Elixir, because that was a period, and I would like to mention that and to thank everyone who is here that put all the effort to quickly amend existing contracts, sign new grants from the program, put in place a collaboration framework with EMPL, with member states, national administration, hospitals, in order to prepare and create this fantastic database that has been used in an open way during the pandemic, and I understand it continuously used and populated for other diseases as well. So this is a great example demonstrating how research infrastructures can play a role that address at the same time the societal impact, but also help Europe in its preparedness and future sovereignty. So we expect that both these aspects will continue to be an important role for research infrastructures. Political priorities from the Commission, I said them before. Competitiveness is now what you see in all the titles. So it will stay, it will be the big priority, and we have to make this narrative about, while we are delivering the scientific excellence for Europe, while we are supporting the services for researchers, providing access to researchers, attracting the talents, while we support the environmental challenges that we have, climate, green transition is continuously and will continue to be a priority, and research infrastructures, they have done a lot on that and will continue to do a lot on that. We have to look on competitiveness and what we can do more for competitiveness. That's a first key message that I would like to pass. The second issue is the whole narrative, as I said, about openness versus protection, or thinking about our sovereignty. And this is a second issue that I would like you also to reflect, and we will reflect together what we can do in this place. Is it enough what we have now? Is it enough the Council recommendations on research security? Is it enough the guidance that we have provided on foreign interference? Is it applied? Do we have to do more? The third issue that I would like to address, and it was said already by Elisa as well, is the challenges that we have on the development or new infrastructures, the cost of new infrastructures, the maintenance of infrastructures, the operation of infrastructures. And the energy crisis demonstrated that this is indeed a big challenge. And we know very well that we have a broad landscape of research infrastructures, thanks to ESFRI work, thanks to all member states. The ESFRI roadmap, I think it's an amount, or it has an amount of investments of 25 billion euros, if I'm not mistaken, and operational cost every year of around 2 billion euros. And ESFRI did a fantastic job in doing an analysis on the impact of the energy prices to the operation of the research infrastructures. And although it was not very clear exactly what was the crisis, I understand that there were responses about an increase of 10% up to 400%. So you can imagine operating under these conditions, research infrastructures is going to be a huge challenge. This is something to be taken into consideration, also in the context of a future budget, public budget for public investments that is going to be diverted or refocused to defense. I'm not telling you anything new today. You all know that. We have seen it in the last revision of the MFF, where we wanted to have more money for strategic developments, and on the contrary, we had a cut of Horizon Europe by 2.1 billion euros. And the only budget that has been reinforced was the defense. So defense is going to be a priority. In this context, how we can consider a funding model and financing model for our research infrastructures that this is more sustainable. That will be very important. I don't know, and I don't have the magic ball to know what will be the future of Horizon Europe budget, or FP10 budget, and I don't know where will be the priorities. But what I'm saying now goes beyond, I believe, FP10. It has to do also with the expenditure at member state level. So far, we have seen that the member states, they are far away from the 3% target of private and public investments on R&I. I expect, without knowing, that this probably is not going to be improved despite the efforts at European Council to prioritize that. So in this context, and knowing that research infrastructures are quite expensive, what could be a sustainable model for financing and operating these research infrastructures? Would it be something that brings the collaboration with industry as well closer to research infrastructure? Is it something to consider on the landscape of the research infrastructures? Do we have too many? Do we have to streamline? Do we have to reinforce synergies? Do we have to share more infrastructures among the different facilities? So all these are reflections that I would be very happy that you put in place. And also how we have the approach of a kind of a network of pan-European and national and regional infrastructures that will enable the interconnections, the prioritizations, and the access wherever you are. And that brings me to the next point, which is very much related to us, to FP10, and how we consider the financing after FP10 and the funding after FP10. We have been always consider ourselves as complementary to the huge investment done by the member states. We have been there to facilitate the consolidation, the collaboration, and I'm wondering, and new instrumentation. So I'm wondering if this is enough. Where you see more that is necessary today, the interventions of the Future Framework Program? Is it also in relation to operational cost, for example? I mean, I don't think it will be possible to finance the infrastructures building itself because it necessitates a lot of money. Is it a possible link to the transnational access? Can we have, or do we have to consider a new mechanism to promote the transnational access? And how we will be more flexible on financing services that could be possibly beyond the services that we are financing today, and there are services that are provided by the research infrastructures. And for example, I'm thinking the services provided also in relation to the industry. So how we can reinforce this collaboration with industry and research infrastructures. Then I would like to think about the role of ESFRI in providing the roadmap and how we can capitalize on this. Our idea is to put in place a new strategy for research infrastructures. And why we think that? Because this is the appropriate moment. First of all, we are preparing the new ERA policy agenda, which the Commission is aimed to adopt at the beginning of 2025. And as you know, research infrastructures is one of the main capacities basis for ERA. There will be certainly an action on research infrastructure, and we would like to come up with a proposal for a new strategy, also in view of our preparation for the framework program. So what we would like to see on this strategy, I'm not going to give you an exhaustive list, but I would like very much that you are coming with ideas as well. We would like indeed to see how we prioritize research infrastructures and how we interconnect research infrastructures, based always on the S3 roadmap. That's one thing that we would like to look at. Second, to identify what is the role of the research infrastructures for competitiveness, which is a political narrative, but also in practice, where we see that research infrastructures could contribute. And here, I would like to raise another issue that probably you have followed and you have responded, is the case of dual use. We have had a thorough consultation about dual use and the framework program. We are currently analyzing the results of this consultation. Of course, what we have seen so far is most of the responders, they would like to see really the research program for the defense research as two separate things, and the focus of the research program will be on civilian purposes. Having said that, all these new critical technologies that we are referring to, they are 80% dual use. So the question that I have to you also is how research infrastructures could position themselves when they are providing services that are for technologies that they are dual use. And again, it doesn't mean that we, the research community, we work for military clients or for military services. But the concept of dual use is very strong now. So this is an issue that I think that we have to reflect as well. Transnational access, your ideas about transnational access, I mentioned. And then, if in this strategic document, we do need to go in more in depth, and we need to provide some political priority areas, where do you think that research infrastructures will be most impactful to contribute? In which areas, in which technologies? I mean, green, digital, critical technology is very broad. Can we be able, or are we able to be more specific as well? Last but not least, we should not forget the digitalization of research infrastructures. We have done a lot of work in the context of European Open Science Cloud. There have been a lot of discussions about the use of AI services as well on the top of EOSC, and AI services and how we use AI services is going to be one of the key challenges and prerequisites for excellent research now and in the future. So this is something that we have to look at, and the more, of course, we organize our research infrastructure data as fair data, the more we federate this data with the EOSC and the other data sets, here I'm thinking about the European health data space, the more we will be able to not only capitalize on this data and the services of connecting all these things, but to develop excellence research. So this is another issue. And last but not least, it was mentioned also in the context of the Belgian presidency and also by the President of the European Commission, how we can provide access to the capacities of important facilities for startups. I would like to mention that as well. The President mentioned or spoke about access for Europe HPC. to startups in order to test generative AI models. I will go a step further. I know already that some of the facilities, ERICS, for example, they're providing services to startups. Is it something that we have to streamline in the future? Is it something that we have to look more in the future? That's another question for you. I would like to finish here. I didn't go into detail to all the issues that my colleagues so nicely put on my paper, because I think some of those you know, and you all believe on research infrastructures. But my questions for the future, I would like to conclude it in the following way. It's not going to be a scenario as usual. Don't expect huge budget for the framework program. Don't expect, I don't speak on behalf of the member states, but don't expect huge budget for research infrastructures, maintenance, operation, and constructions. Structural funds as well, that have been one of the sources for research infrastructures, probably they are going to be reduced, and they're probably going to ask you to demonstrate how this money has been used on an active infrastructure. Competitiveness is going to be the big challenge, and we have to demonstrate research and innovation in general and infrastructures could pave the pathway for delivering this competitiveness of Europe. Therefore, let's work together on, I would dream of a new strategy for research infrastructures, highlighting the success up to now and adapting the role of research infrastructures in the new reality. I would dream of the best possible discussions and agreement on EU budget for FP10. I'm not sure, but let's reflect how we could make the best use of the budget that we are going to have available. And let's think how research infrastructures will continue, will be empowered, and will be the places where all researchers across Europe will have access wherever they are, wherever they have studied, wherever they live, and also there are places to attract talents outside Europe for European benefit. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I hope the priorities are a bit clearer to you now. I at least found also a lot of questions for collaboration to help get funding, but also keep the research institutes on the map. Things I wrote down to think about for the day and a half. Are you doing enough at the moment? How can you reinforce collaboration with industry? There was a request for a proposal or contributing to a proposal for the strategy for ERA. How do you keep it sustainable? That's a question that, of course, we see everywhere. How to position yourself on dual use? Also something that was mentioned. Where can you have the most impact? On which technology? So setting priorities. How do you use AI services in excellent research? And lastly, also, how to access capacity or give access to capacity for startups. All relevant and interesting questions, I think, that we heard for you to think about over the next 2 days. It's already not 2 days anymore, day and a half, and to discuss. So let's take a look at the future vision from the Research Institute's perspective. And for that, we have Professor Edith Hart, Director General of the European Molecular Biology Laboratory.
Thank you, and what a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much to the Belgian presidency of the European Council, to the European Commission. Thanks to all the colleagues and distinguished guests for being here. It's not just a pleasure, but a real honor to be invited to give this keynote talk and to be very complimentary to the talk that we just heard, which I found very inspiring and future-looking. So it's really For me, a privilege, but also, I would say, quite a responsibility to kick off from an example of one research infrastructure, EMBL, which is actually celebrating its 50 years this year. And it's actually a good time to look both forwards and backwards at how much has been achieved thanks to a research infrastructure that was set up with really a vision to help integrate European science and provide the excellence that we can see today that Europe produces. So let's see if my slides work. I'm not sure where I'm supposed to point or what I'm supposed to do, but maybe I should just do the next slide, please. Yes, that works. So Sir John Kendrew was one of the founders of the EMBL, and he was the first Director General, in fact, who helped to set up this unique European research infrastructure for life sciences or molecular life sciences research. And when he set it up, it was really with this vision to try and make sure that we could bring together scientists, allow them to have access to the very best facilities, to do the best research that they can, and to develop the technologies that now, 50 years on, we're using around the world without even thinking about it in some cases. And I can cite examples of genomics access or cryo-electron microscopy, or more recently, for example, the access that everyone has to the AI tool of AlphaFold. As you can see, Sir John Kendrew actually believed that indeed science has always been the most developed international activity that there is. It's as simple as that, and I think it's still very much the case. Increasingly so, as we see geopolitics take over the news in our minds, but actually science is, I would say, the most noble pursuit that we can have to move the world forward. And I think, maybe I can just say, Europe should be proud of the research infrastructures that it has and that it's built up over the decades. These are long-standing hubs of knowledge and interaction and collaboration. They are cornerstones of scientific diplomacy. They are the forums where people across borders can meet and do the peaceful pursuit of science. And one word that I don't think has been mentioned so far today, research infrastructures provide disruptive science, game changers. When we look at, as the example of the COVID-19 platform that was set up, thanks to, indeed, data portals that were already present, that had been created to deal with actually food security, and that were transformed in the space of just a few weeks to be able to rise up to that challenge. And when we look at the example I cited earlier of AlphaFold, this is another example of disruptive science. It's a true revolution. And it's only thanks to research infrastructures that this kind of thing can happen. The technologies can be developed, the research can be conducted, the data can be stored and shared openly, and then AI can come in and help. And of course, the research infrastructure then can share this amazing tool. So let's see if this, it does work now. So EMBL was created 50 years ago, 10 founding member states. Today, we count 29 member states, and going strong in the past 10 years, in fact, we've welcomed 8 member states from Central and Eastern Europe. We have one associated member state, Australia, as well. And I would say that all of our member states together have the engagement to try and make sure that we do open science, knowledge sharing. These are important investments for the future, and our countries realize this, and this is why EMBL was created for the life sciences. I think I can say, even though I'm the Director General, EMBL has been influential in allowing the connectivity across different disciplines in the life sciences sector, but even beyond, and across borders, national borders, cultural borders. I think that EMBL has managed and is managing to truly integrate European research in the most competitive ecosystem there is. I know from my own colleagues, as a scientist myself, in the United States and elsewhere, that EMBL is something that others look to with, I would say, some envy even, because we do manage to bring science together and to do it in the best way and with the best philosophy. and we can rise up to global challenges. We've talked about the pandemic. How about climate change and the other emerging pathogens that we know are there? How about AI? All of this requires strong and united European science, and this is what research infrastructures such as EMBL represent. So we work from 6 different sites, actually, 5 different countries, supported by our 29 member states. And I won't go into the details of the science, I would have loved to, but for the sake of today and time and this wonderful day, I will just say that our business is molecules. And without getting into the details of what molecules are, they are the building blocks of life. So if you want to understand life on this planet, you need to understand the molecules and how they come together to create the wonderful biodiversity that we see. And as we stand here in this amazing library, I just want to say that what we work on is the basics of biodiversity, how life on our planet has evolved. And in fact, for some people, biodiversity is the library of life. And unfortunately, what we are doing, humanity has done, is we're gradually burning it away. But it's not too late, because we can actually understand it and build up the tools to mitigate some of the impacts that we have. And this obviously has important economic consequences as well. We want to try and understand how biodiversity and ecosystems can be healthy and functional, and this has a huge impact on humanity and on our economies. And I'm very happy that in the context of the current framework program, our vision, our program, which we called Molecules to Ecosystems, which we're halfway through, was very nicely aligned with the European Commission's ideas and actions in terms of missions. And we have many, many, I would say, deep collaborations that I hope lay the ground for the future of life sciences in Europe. So we have our 5 missions. I won't go through this in detail. I've mentioned them. Excellent research, providing scientific services and access to many research infrastructures, I would say. We're one big research infrastructure, but in fact, we provide many different types of infrastructures, from the European Bioinformatics Institute right through to access to synchrotrons. We do some of the advanced training that around the world people have copied. We actually train the next generation of young scientists. We provide one of the biggest conferences and courses center in Europe for the molecular life sciences. And we also do innovation and translation. And just to come back to this idea about what are research infrastructures important for, they don't just provide access to a technology. They help to develop it, and they help to bring people together. I see it with my own eyes every day at EMBL, from academia, from industry, and also from the public sector. So they truly are hubs, and this is where I think the innovation and translation should be considered. Research infrastructures enable it and provide it. And of course, we integrate life sciences research across Europe, and I don't think I have to highlight this in this audience. I think many of you know how EMBL has contributed over the years. So I want to just say a few words now about open science, which is one of the big themes, I think, over the next couple of days. It's really at the heart of what we do at EMBL, and I think in terms of the European research infrastructure community, open science has played and will continue to play a critical role to try and embed open science not only into our research practices, but really to accompany some of the critical positive changes, again, going back to the pandemic, but also in many areas, sharing data and being able to do it in a trusting and, I would say, efficient and open way is absolutely key to success. This means a change in research culture, in mindsets, and Europe is doing this. And again, I would say we are, to some extent, envied by other continents because we are managing. So, of course, it's a never-ending, not battle, I would say, but process. And this is something that I think everyone should be thinking about in today's and tomorrow's meeting. But EMBL, anyway, has set up, for example, an open science policy for publications, for data, for software. We engage internationally with UNESCO. We also provide ever since our inception, the tools and the data that are being shared. I mentioned the EBI already. This is the leading source of public biomedical data. And as we are going to be hearing, AI is changing both science and society. And it's not only the science that we're going to be doing, but the way that we do it. And I think that we, as research infrastructures, really have to rise up to this. We have a pivotal role to play in these transformations. And as I'm sure some of you have heard, but coming from EMBL, where we are actually dealing with AI at all levels, world-class AI requires three components. The first is excellent, large-scale, computable data. The second is talented individuals who understand problems and AI techniques. And the third is, of course, supercomputers. So, research infrastructures like EMBL, in the context of Europe, with all that the European Union is doing as well, can provide solutions for all of these three aspects. But in particular, from EMBL's perspective, we provide the large data sets that enable AI to happen, and we provide talented individuals around the whole, I would say, life cycle of data. We produce data, we store it, we curate it, we share it, and then we apply AI tools to it. And I think big data and open data resources are going to be absolutely key for the future. I cannot stress this enough. We can talk about AI until we're blue in the face, but if we don't have the data to do it properly, it will not happen, and it will actually be a risk. So in the life sciences, we're lucky, because in fact, biologists, since many centuries, have loved to collect. They collect data, and actually, they've been very good at sharing it in a way that is compatible. That's also key. Creating or collecting data from different sources, but being able to compare it and collate it is absolutely crucial. And this is where I think it's been very valuable, again, at the EBI, to see how open shared data was actually pivotal for the success of a tool like AlphaFold. Not only to train AI models, but also to test and validate them. So this requires collaborations across countries, between countries, across sectors, across institutions, which brings me to the, so then this is just to show you the beautiful data resources we have with EBI and the increasing usage of these resources. This is impressive numbers, and I can tell you this is just the beginning. So what can we do with all of this data that is being shared? And I think in today's meeting, it's important to consider the issue of research security. So, as was already mentioned, the European Council recently adopted a recommendation to enhance research security. And the main objective, if I understand correctly, was to really address research security risks that might derive from international cooperations. Now, what I've just told you about research infrastructures and their importance and the importance of open science, as a forum for science diplomacy and exchange, working across borders, this has to be preserved if we want to be able to move forward. Collaborations are key to the synergies that lead to discoveries and innovation, the sharing of knowledge, rising up to the global challenges, building peaceful dialogues between nations. So, what to say? In this rapidly changing world, geopolitically, of course scientifically as well, how can we balance open science and research security? It is a question, it's almost an existential question that we in this room should be asking ourselves. Should we, research infrastructures, change our way of collaborating with the rest of the world? I'm not going to provide you all the answers. It's a bit like the tests we were having, if you stand up or sit down if you believe that. But I think this is the question we have to be addressing. So, and just to remind us all, research infrastructures are already embedded and affected by complex geopolitical conditions. When CERN was set up 70 years ago, it was in the wake of World War II. And EMBL was set up as modeled on CERN. And we have navigated so many crises over the last decades. And yet, these crises have shown how important it has been to have the research infrastructures, not just to do the science and to nurture the science, even if there are economic ups and downs, but to navigate this space of collaboration and trusted partners, to try and make sure that there are these tight-knit communities who can work together trustfully and share tools and good practices. And so I think this is where we really have to consider the importance of research infrastructures. We have to protect ourselves from foreign interference, of course, but at the same time, we have to pursue this internationalization responsibly and autonomously, and it's very important that we preserve this. So my plea to the European Commission and to decision makers is that research infrastructure should be part of the whole dialogue and included in conversations, which I have to say I'm happy is happening, and this is both within the member states and with the EU. And I think this is something that we really have to keep an eye on and make sure is preserved. So I do want to just say, though, that in the context of open science and global engagement, these are both essential elements to build up a more inclusive data infrastructure. And there is a risk if we come up with a la carte models, not just in Europe, but around the world. This is a risk of fragmented data governance, which we already know, we found it also during the pandemic around the world, can actually erode the impact of open data in research overall and in discovery and innovation. So I think we have to bear that in mind. And maybe I want to also just say one last thing with this point. We have to be careful about the way we talk about all this. You know, data, software, publications, that of course they come from Europe, but they come from all around the world. Europe benefits from data from all over the world. I mentioned to you already AlphaFold, this revolutionary, disruptive tool that we now have. This was set up by Google DeepMind, who needed the data from EBI, which contained data from all 5 continents, including China and the United States. So basically, over the years, all of the world has deposited data that makes some of these powerful disruptive technologies come to be. So I just want to say that Europe shares, of course, but we also receive from the world. And this we really have to not forget. Now, I'm running out of time, so I want to just say one small word about the impact of experimental services. I've talked a lot about computational and data of the informatics sort, but actually experimental services are more important than ever before. When AlphaFold came to be, many of my colleagues, structural biologists, had a moment of panic. Oh my God, we don't have a job to do anymore because this tool can predict every protein structure. Absolutely not. On the contrary, we can now get on with the interesting stuff. So we need the research infrastructures, the synchrotrons and others, more than ever before. And this actually has come from many of the impact studies that we have done, where we really can see that this is important and transformative for scientists around Europe. And my one plea, I would say, with respect to the future is to provide access to infrastructures for all of Europe. You know, these are big, heavy entities in some case, and everyone can benefit, but for that we do need to be able to have access to provide this to scientists. So, it's a changing world. Maybe just to say, although sustainability is a buzzword, actually doing it is not that trivial, and at EMBL we've tried to do this sensibly. I think research infrastructures have a role to play here to try and think about the way we do science in a sustainable way. And in terms of some of the other challenges, I've already touched on AI. We have to be responsible in the way we do it, but we have to be agile. Europe really is in a very good place to be in the lead. So rather than, criticizing ourselves, we need to rise up to it. And in the middle here, I think, what's happening to our planet is not a joke. You just have to look at the weather forecast around Europe to realize it's here. Global warming has had an impact. But we as scientists and research infrastructures can provide solutions. And this is already happening in the context of the new program that EMBL is running, both at the level of planetary health, but also at the level of human health, and the microbes, for example, that might emerge as new pathogens in the future. So I will I'm almost done. I just want to say that for the future, we need to build and support life sciences in Europe and beyond. The research infrastructure ecosystem has really expanded over the years. EMBL has been one of the instigators of this. I think you can see some of the names here, obviously Elixir, Eurobioimaging. I want to say a word about the IRA Forum that groups together some of the longest standing research infrastructures. I think you'll be hearing from European XFEL. And I think we have to turn to these research infrastructures for the experience that they have in bringing communities together and allowing scientists and the public to tap into expertise that has been there for decades and that can be agile and can transform. But we have to remain agile and dynamic in what we do and the way we do it. So these are my last take-home messages. I hope I haven't sort of repeated or preempted some of the things that will be said. I hope I've raised from our perspective why a research infrastructure like EMBL is so important. We're focal points of scientific and international and cross-sectorial collaboration. We believe that we can be the cornerstones, have been the cornerstones of science diplomacy. We allow people to exchange tools, and we provide the game changers of the future. And so I think research infrastructures in Europe are a model that Europe should be proud of, and I look forward to seeing another 50 years of EMBL at least, and many more decades to come. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. I will not repeat your key messages because you ended well with them. I found it quite interesting. I don't know how many of you are in Belgium, but there has been a lot of commotion as well on should universities continue to work with other universities who are in conflict areas, for example. And I think that speaks also to you. And this exchange, it needs to be international, and I think that's an interesting debate to have as well. Before the break, we have some time for an audience interaction, and the audience, that means you. So what are you going to do? You're going to pair up. Can be somebody on the left of you or on the right of you, behind you, in front of you, and you're going to have a small conversation of a few minutes. What are you taking from those two contributions that we just heard? What is interesting for you? Which maybe new questions do you have? What could you take home to your own organization? And the people from the tech, they have a Mentimeter prepared for you in which you can put your main points. And you can see the QR code here. So take a few minutes, chat with a neighbor. What are you taking from these contributions? Maybe what new questions have arrived. And then put some of your answers or maybe the key points in our Mentimeter. You can sign in using the QR code, and that will bring you to this page. So just take a bit of time, get to know your neighbor, and I'll see you in a few minutes. All right, if you haven't done so, put your comments in the Mentimeter, and then we can take a look at what are some of the takeaways for you and maybe what questions that you have. Open data versus open science versus industry support is one of the questions or comments. Research security to be considered even in open science. Concerns or maybe questions about the financial future of research infrastructure. Need for more efficiency in views of budget cuts and increasing costs. It was a very nice way to prepare us to a strong budget cutoff in dedicated... Well done, here on the left. Relations with industry can lead science and research even further. Startups should not be forgotten and also included. Global engagement across countries, sectors and institutes. More sustainable and inclusive European RIs. Changement needed, federating efforts, competitiveness, industry and open science are some of the keywords that popped up. Let's see what is below. If we can slide it, voila. Oh, many comments. RI's future funding, good luck. Both talks agreed on the importance of RIs, but they suggested rather different paths forward. So maybe that's something to discuss. How will we sustain RI's operations and impact in face of shrinking budgets? Of course, the budget is a big issue. By the way, I can assure you, any conference I go, there's a budget discussion. So it's not only you. You are in good company. Let's move a bit more up. I think we can go through a few more. We not only share data, but also receive. Transnational access is unique action in Europe that is vital for sustaining its competitiveness as it provides opportunities to exploit the whole capability of Europe research communities. And plenty more. I think after we can maybe share these as well to see what has come up in your conversation. Yes?
No, just 1 point.
To make sure we are not misunderstood.
Sure.
Important.
It is very important, I think. First of all, I mean, Commission, you know, always can come with big budget if internally the Commission, they allow us to do that. And then the member states, they will negotiate at the Council, and the Parliament always will come and ask for more budget for research and innovation. That's the reality. Huh? So how big or how small will be the budget for FP10 and research infrastructures does not depend only from the Commission. That depends very, very much on the member states. So we have member states representatives here. They have to do their work. And we have you as stakeholders in the member states. You have also to do your job. So not to be misunderstood, I'm not preparing anyone for anything, but we have seen the results of the MFF review. And they were not very positive for research and innovation. And I mean, that's the whole story. And the second issue that I would like to raise, so that I'm not misunderstood again, because I found that our presentations with Edith were very aligned, but maybe someone who said that they were not aligned could raise their hand. We felt that it was very aligned. There's one issue that I would like to say in relation to open science and open access versus research security, because we discussed a lot, and I saw the words also of Edith that we cannot go a step back. And certainly, we should not go a step back. Maybe the narrative here is about open and sharing with restrictions where needed. So in other words, the narrative to use is about responsible sharing. Maybe this is a better way to approach the issue. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. I'm happy that this interaction indirectly did happen and that we could talk about this. There is time for a break, which is an excellent moment to continue the discussions you were just having, enriching it maybe with different perspectives. I have two small announcements. There is still time to register for the field visits. If you want that, you can do that at the reception desk. That's an information that was given to me. And I start back at 11:45 sharp here in this room. See you then.
Hey, hey, check, check, c'est. Test, un, deux, hey. Hey, 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 c'est. Hey, 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 c'est.
small riddle which I asked ChatGPT for, since we are talking about AI. So I'm looking for somebody who can provide me the answer to the following. I am where knowledge dwells and studies bloom, where minds unite in a scholarly room. In labs and libraries, my purpose ignites, where answers are sought and innovation takes flight. What am I? Research infrastructure, correctly. So ChatGPT, very good at making small riddles. People are gently coming in, so let's give them a few more minutes, and then we can start the second part of our day. Welcome back. Slightly late. Yes, there is a timer. On the screen, it will disappear, and when you go over, it will start blinking in red, and it will count up.
There will be also presentation.
Yes, of course. Yeah, it will be in a small corner. Please find your seats again for the second part of this morning. Those who came late or later, let's put it like this, you already missed a very good riddle that we had here. But please find a place so we can take a look. Sorry, can you sit for a second? Can you still sit for a second? All right, good. Small question. Raise your hand if you had an interesting conversation during the coffee break. Okay, you can lower it again. Second question, raise your hand if the coffee helped to keep you more alert. All right, so you have some energy for the next session. Before we start, I have a technical announcement. Remember that I asked you if you still wanted to register for the field visits, you could go to the reception. That was the case. So well done, but please don't steal the papers on which people write the registrations. So the person who thought I need to take this paper, please return it to the registration desk because we need it. All right, so we have our first content block now with the title Research Infrastructure as an Actor of Open Strategic Autonomy. And you are very lucky because it will not be moderated by me, but by Inma Figueroa. So she will take the responsibility of moderating this block, and I will see you afterwards. I leave the stage to you.
Hello, good morning. It is a pleasure for me being with you here in this high event of the Belgian presidency of the European Council. As has been already announced, we are going to have a panel dedicated to discuss about the role of research infrastructure in relation with the open strategic autonomy. And is what we are going to have the pleasure to moderate here. To this purpose, we come with a number of excellent speakers that are going to join me. And In this way, I call to the stage too Dr. Nicole Eleuge, please, Managing and Administrative Director of the European XFEL Infrastructure, who is going to address her views in relation to the impact of the global context. Thank you for joining me. Then I invite also to come to the stage my dear Jana Kolar, Director General of Eric, and our former ESPRI chair. She's going to talk about us about the critical raw materials and supply chain challenges. Please take a seat.
So we take a seat, okay.
Then I also invite to be with us to our colleague, Dr. Joe de Boek, Chief Strategy Officer of IMEC, who is going to present his views in relation with the key competences and skills. Thank you for joining us. And finally, I also invite to be with us for that, to the Professor Edith Heard, Director General of the European Molecular Biology Laboratory, that is going to join us and to stay with us for the discussion after the presentations. Thank you for joining us. There. Okay, so now we are ready for starting with the panel, and I give the floor to Nicole. Please, Nicole, the floor is yours for your presentation.
Thank you.
We are going to have 15 minutes of presentation of each of the panelists, and then we will reserve half an hour for discussion with all of you.
Thank you, Emma. So thank you, and a warm address goes now to the directors. Dear Mark, thanks, and dear colleagues. It's my pleasure and honor, as said already, that I can present some details about European XFEL today in the context of science diplomacy and open strategic autonomy. And now I have to try. This is working greatly, thanks. So we have three main statements to introduce this conference, which you can see on the slide. And I try to provide some examples on all of these statements, quite concrete examples, how European XFEL is acting here, what we can provide to kind of facilitate the topics you see here, and also want to introduce shortly what European XFEL is, if you have not known about that. So some facts and figures. We are a non-profit company located in Germany with 12 shareholders. So we had construction costs of around 1.5 billion euros, with 60% provided as in-kind contributions. We have an annual operation budget of 150 million euros to keep roughly 750 people busy on our campus, which are coming from 60 different countries. So we have around 1,200 users per year. We are still in the ramp-up phase, so first year of full operation was in 2022. And we have, in 2023, we've delivered more than 9,000 hours of beam time, which have been distributed over roughly 100 different experiments. So why are we unique? And you might wonder why you see now a movie of a galloping horse. I think you know this kind of a picture. This was the first time where a movie was made to follow up on a scientific question. And the question was actually, is there any point of time where this horse is losing the connection to the floor? And with taking these pictures, there was an answer. And this is the guy who answered that question and also provided kind of a scientific approach how to solve that. And at European XFEL, we want to do the same, but on a quite smaller basis. So what we can do, here you see, there is kind of one certain moment where the legs of the horse are in the air, actually. And what we think about is that we could use that to also provide something which has a bigger impact than only the scientific question. Because what I'm showing you here is that based on this experiment at that time, see in a museum when you're there with your friends, with your kid, that One picture, this one on my left-hand side, was painted actually in the 19th century or before, and another picture, based on this scientific approach, was painted after it, because, of course, the people then knew what is the right composition of this gallop of the horse. And this is what we also would like to create, and what we can create with research infrastructures. We can have a bigger impact, and this is what we talk about today. How is the impact of research infrastructures, and how can we further develop also the research area in Europe? How can we contribute to solving also societal challenges? So we've asked ourselves some questions before European Exfil was constructed, and no, we can take or we can make molecular movies. And this is the uniqueness of European Exfil, that we can make these molecular movies because we have a brilliant light source, and we have detectors which can take 27,000 pictures per second. So we can even look into molecular and atomic movements, which is unique worldwide. So this is why we are also oversubscribed and why the people would like to come to European Exfil and use this facility. So if you take one thing home today, one key message about European Exfil, then please keep in mind that we are the largest and strongest X-ray free electron laser worldwide currently in operation. And we are very proud of that. We would like to keep that. And then we come also to the topic of competitiveness. We've heard about that. So we are acting in an international environment, and I will show you later about some other files and what they are addressing, how they are doing. So coming back to the three main topics of today, I would like to start with providing an example on how we can act as a key player of strategic autonomy in a changing global context. And I've chosen one example which makes it quite obvious how important it is to put strategic priorities on the research program we are offering to our users. So, for example, European Exfil has chosen material science as one of the key areas of our research. And our users know that. Our users know also that the people working at European Exfil, our scientists, technicians, engineers, are really aware of what are their needs, what are their requirements to look into their scientific questions. I think we will, in the next talk, hear more about critical raw materials. But on that slide, I just wanted to show you that we've chosen very specifically, together with the users, and also develop the questions, some of the raw materials where we can use the uniqueness of European Exfil to have a deep dive into the structural elements, how these materials are acting in complexes. And this is all driven by the question, how can we replace them? How can we better recycle them? Do we find substitutes which are available in Europe, which are maybe cheaper? All these things are going to also add on the sovereignty, on the technological and scientific sovereignty we are looking into at the moment. So that's kind of the first example I wanted to show you. Coming to the socio-economic and environmental impact, I think we all know this kind of slide. So the Sustainable Development Goals are kind of a direction for all of us to measure the impact. This is something we are all aligned, we all agreed upon, and this is a principle I think this is creating an added value to also sell the science we are doing. I've just added some of the examples, some areas where European Exfil is working upon, because you cannot do everything at the same time. But for me, the principal message I wanted to share with you is that this is how we measured the impact of research infrastructures in the past, is my understanding. In the future, we also have to provide some kind of justification how we as research infrastructures are adding to the to get this kind of technological sovereignty, or to be more independent of other technologies which are provided from the outside. So here I've mentioned, you see that we are not acting alone as European Exfil. We are embedded in a network of different files. And this is making it even more complicated, as you can imagine, because here, as a infrastructure, which is also embedded in the European Union with our shareholders, we have to follow also very different policies and guidelines on how to act on the let's say, political and diplomatical stage. And this is also kind of keeping us busy to think about the questions we have just seen, also the feedback from the auditorium. How can we provide open access to all our scientific results by being in a collaboration with partners from all over the world? You see here the LCLS, which is in the States. You see here that China is preparing for an XFEL in China. So these are questions which are very important for us, and that includes, of course, all of you sitting here. We've also heard from Elisa about these crisis we went through, and here you see mainly all of them which have been mentioned. And these are not only theoretical situations we faced with our research infrastructures, and particularly at European XFEL. So giving here the example, we were really challenged by all these crises at the same time. And as Christine Lagarde said, I think we are not only in a crisis, we are all in a perma-crisis, and this is or might be our daily business to face these challenges and to be agile, to be dynamic, to also act on these crises. I think we've done that properly, and this, being able to act agile and dynamic to this crisis also needs some joint forces, in particular in Europe, in the environment we are working in. And here I would like to show you one example. I'm really convinced that this is an excellent example to show you how the European Commission and joint initiatives are kind of facilitating this joint endeavor to make ourselves more autonomous and to look for solutions for this crisis in a joint manner in Europe. So here we have two projects. The one is the UltraBat project, which aims to invent sustainable batteries of the future. Then we have one project which is an initiative from LEAPS. And here you see that this is dealing with high-quality X-ray mirror and gratin substrate development. This is, for European XFEL, for example, super important, because at that time, where we started the development, we were dependent on a delivery on some mirrors which could not have been delivered, and this really made obvious how dependent we are from other suppliers on other parts or in other areas of the world. So I really appreciate that we have these initiatives, and I also wanted to thank the Commission for that. This is the way we should go into. So looking into the broad ecosystem, I've mentioned that we have 12 shareholders, and that might be the most exciting topic for today, at least at this presentation. I've not talked about the distribution of the shares at European XFEL, and here you can see that the biggest part of the shares is held by Germany. The second biggest part is 27% shares of Russia. And this is creating kind of a challenge for us to the regard that, of course, Russia is our second biggest shareholder, sitting in the council, and our convention is even composed in a way that we need their vote actively. So that means that we really have to see how we can balance the global situation, also some kind of ethical and moral aspects of our acting. And on the other hand, we are a German GmbH. I'm, as a managing director, have the obligation to treat all my shareholders the same way. So this is a very complex and not trivial situation we are facing. I'm happy to talk to you about more details in the coffee break. But what I wanted to highlight here is that by dealing with that, we can also act as an example, and not only European XFEL, but also research infrastructures, how we build bridges, how we take our role to be a kind of an international networker and keeping individuals together, sharing the same values as we have in our institutions. And I think this is quite important. So another aspect I wanted to also raise, we've just heard about dual use. So there is the free electron laser now listed as a technology, as a dual use technology, and since this was done, this added complexity on our acting and how we have to deal with different sanctions in Europe and above Europe. Just to let you know that here we are really dependent also on policy and guidelines, how our partners are acting to have kind of an aligned way to go forward. That is something I would highly appreciate. So that's why we also have to look quite intensively into safeguarding research. We've decided internally on a roadmap, which is composed of 3 major research security measures. You see them here. It's about clear policies and guidelines, security data management, and training, awareness, compliance. So these are topics which are super important for us. We put resources on that. This is keeping my whole team very business. And I wanted to share with you that the most important thing we have done, and I would recommend to do, is, it sounds trivial, but it makes a difference, a regular, transparent communication to all your shareholders, to your staff, to your partners. If you can justify your decisions, also on a policy basis, then there is a certain understanding why you have to do things. Just explain that. And don't be hesitant to go to the outside and be transparent and stand in for the decisions you have taken. So that was one lesson learned we've taken with us. So a short summary and 6 key answers I would like to provide regarding the 3 topics we have seen for that conference. So I think science is and remains a bridge, and we should be all aware of that and take this role serious. I think we can, in the scientific environment, we can make a difference for the future to bring different interests together, always based on the same values. So Europe needs to be as independent as possible and foster its technological sovereignty, and science is key to that. I think this is something we all agree upon. Regarding the impact of research infrastructures, I've already mentioned that I'm convinced that impact measurement of what we are doing will be different in the future. And we also have to be aware of that, how important innovation, technology transfer is, and how important it is to also protect that. And to be aware of the risks. So risk awareness is one key here. Within the ecosystem we are working, I would advocate for guiding principles and policy recommendations which are more general, something we can align ourselves to as research infrastructure that would make it more easy for us to also justify how we are acting and how we are dealing with topics. And I would also here like to kind of make a bit of an advertisement for our research administrators and managers, because we always talk about our scientists and researchers, and they are key, and we all agree on that. But I think most of the topics I've mentioned here will be implemented by our research administrators and managers, and here I would also kindly ask for thinking about that when we talk about new funding schemes, funding guidelines to be set by the European Commission, because this is an area we are at the moment underestimating with their power and the resources we need in this kind of a profession. So with that, I'm happy to close my presentation. I thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you for your presentation. And we go directly to our second speaker. The second speaker is Dr. Jana Kolar, Director General of CERIC, and she is going to talk to us about the critical raw materials and supply chain challenges. Jana, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Inma, and good afternoon to everyone. It's not a simple title to talk about. So let me first say that I come here wearing the hat of CERIC. I'm Executive Director, as Inma said, of the Central European Research Infrastructure Consortium. It's an ERIC that celebrates 10 years this year. It is a research infrastructure that brings together mid to large-scale facilities. So we provide access to synchrotrons, neutron source, NMR, electron microscopy, ion beams. So it's a rather broad set of techniques, and we keep adding specific techniques, for example, to be able to address also challenges, such as, for example, we have dedicated part to the battery research community or fuel cell research community. So I invite you to check what the research infrastructure does. Now, we are open to the global research community, and it's merit-based. So we provide all the costs associated with the travels, with the lodging, with the experiments, to our users that are selected based on their proposals. Now, contrary to Nicole, we are in 8 countries, but Russia's not in our council. And when there was the outburst of there was the Russian aggression on Ukraine, at CERIC, we have decided to apologize to our Russian users not to apply until further notice. It was a very difficult decision. We also asked them if they have any problems, if they face any problems that they think we can address, they should let us know. But this is the conscious decision which we took, and it was also in line with the proposal, with the guidance of ESFRI at the time. At the time, I was also chairing ESFRI until the end of the last year, and the presentation today will also reflect on some of the work that we did within ESFRI after the Russian aggression, which resulted in high energy prices, inflation, issues regarding the supply chains, and similar. So I will mention this part in this talk as well. Now, the brief outline of the talk is the following. I'll discuss the past, current, and future external factors affecting the resilience of RIs, and the need for the response by RIs, policymakers, and the funders. So let me start first with the past challenge. It was mentioned already today. COVID-19 really shook research infrastructure community and the users very strongly. Some of them closed down, but the majority immediately came up with the measures that enabled at least dedicated support to find the solutions to the COVID crisis across various domains. The ESFRI dedicated platform on COVID-19 highlighted the various contributions that research infrastructures provided during this crisis. And of course, this also depended on to a certain extent on the external funding. For example, Anna Panagopoulou mentioned that the Commission reoriented some of its calls immediately to be able to support the development of solutions to the COVID crisis. Some countries did similar things, but in our questionnaire with research infrastructures, they largely provided the resources within their research infrastructure themselves. Some current factors that I would mention, and this is just a few of them, it's first of all the Russian aggression on Ukraine and the Red Sea crisis. There's also an issue of cybersecurity. And based on this, on the past and the current crisis, the Council in 2022 has called on ESFRI as well as research infrastructures to elaborate on scenarios to manage possible upcoming crises, including energy supply difficulties. This was the Council during the Czech presidency, and the Spanish presidency with the Tenerife declaration strengthened this idea even further. As a result, ESFRI has formed a group that looked into the topic of that assessed the impact of the energy crisis, the supply challenges, and what the responses are through the questionnaires with research infrastructures and the countries, and came up with recommendations to national policymakers, ESFRI, EC, and research infrastructures. I was involved in this work, as were the research infrastructures, because it was extremely important that in this case, ESFRI, which represents national policymakers and European Commission, and the research infrastructures work hand in hand. In this case, the representatives of ERIC Forum, Aeroforum, and ERF were included in this group. The knowledge that was collected in this report highlighted some of the possible responses to high energy crisis, which, by the way, closed some of the synchrotrons for quite a significant time, such as, for example, capping of energy prices, which, of course, in this case is important, or, for example, helping research infrastructures build solar panel parks and similar, which is not a short-term solution, but it's very important on long-term. Now, what is the impact of such a report? I hope it will be demonstrated in the impact assessment that ESRI is now doing, now starting of its own activities, because it's important that these reports also, which as they provide significant knowledge and also effort from the countries in providing information, but also research infrastructure community, are actually used. So the belief at ESRI is that when there's a crisis, we also following council conclusions that asked us to do so, when there's a crisis, there needs to be a response by ESRI also to collect information for the future crisis, because from every crisis we can learn, and we should. Now, the impact of current, I have collected some impact of the current challenges. First of all, there's the energy crisis. The high energy costs in some countries in particular persist, and some research infrastructures still have limited beam time. One of our, for example, the synchrotrons in our open access has decreased its time due to available time at the facility for researchers by 40% due to the energy crisis, the prices. Then there's material shortages. The questionnaire that we had highlighted at ESRI highlighted that there's some critical shortages of certain gases, some noble gases, but also, for example, nitrogen, not necessarily linked to the Russian crisis, and some equipment and materials, such as, for example, diamonds, isotopes, specific parts of equipment that are actually limited to a result of the Russian crisis. The disturbance of the deliveries. And then there's also the increased delivery times. In some cases, in several cases, also doubling. And this has a serious effect on research infrastructures. For example, several of the synchrotrons are planning the upgrades, and this is something that will increase also in considering the inflation, increase the costs, but also the duration. There will, the policymakers should take into account that, for example, it's not in one country, when you get the money for research infrastructure, you should deliver within the same year. And following this prolonged deliveries now, that's not possible. It may also affect RRF funds, because they also have a strict deadline. So based on this, what policymakers should also look into, let's say be mindful of, is that research infrastructures, several of them will not deliver. The KPIs will be lower than in the previous year, also because some of them were closed for a part of the year due to the energy crisis. Future challenges, I'll just mention two. One is the greening of research infrastructure, already based on the work that we did within the group looking at the consequences of Russian aggression on Ukraine. One recommendation was that their research infrastructures should seriously look into how to green their operations. This is due to the climate change. I apologize, it's a wrong presentation. The updated one actually showed that the short-term commitment is 55% reduction of greenhouse emissions by 2030, as compared to the 1990, and the net zero economy, basically climate-neutral continent by 2050. So research infrastructures, how can they contribute to this? They have to contribute to this. On one side, contributing to 2030 with their activities, which are largely, not completely, but to a large extent, fundamental research, This research will contribute significantly, and the foresight studies show that basically it's essential for the delivery of the 2050 target. We can't afford to miss that one. So for that one we cannot achieve with the current technologies. We need fundamental research. But when it comes to 2030, research infrastructures can also contribute by reducing their environmental footprint, and they have to. And they should do this by preparing the plans on how to contribute to these targets, and the funders should support this. And this is a very important issue. Now the future challenge, the second future challenge is linked to the critical raw materials. This is under the stressed international relations, a very serious one. I'll just mention the permanent magnets, which are widely used in advanced technologies. For example, also in synchrotrons, be it in insertion devices, but larger quantities in the storage rings. And this is needed to bring down also the electricity cost. Then there are the current geopolitical risks have put this as a threat because most of the materials currentently needed to manufacture the permanent magnets are not in Europe. So we might face potential supply disruptions. And the role of research infrastructures in this case is multifaceted. First of all, they should develop the strategies to mitigate the risks, collect and recycle. This is also in line with the Raw Materials Act, and contribute to innovation. Looking at our papers, for example, I can see that we contribute, several of our users contribute to the development of permanent magnets by substituting raw earth materials with the ones that are more available. And in conclusions, let me just stress that research infrastructures are of strategic importance of Europe, as demonstrated also through during the COVID crisis. So autonomy and resilience of research infrastructures are crucial for our technological leadership. What we should focus on in the future, and this is just a limited subset of what's needed, so research infrastructures should engage in risk assessment and mitigation, but also in innovation. For example, the Advanced Materials Joint Undertaking under Pillar 1 addresses in particular also the critical raw materials. And research infrastructures, at least some of them, can contribute to this part. Then there's strategic guidance of ESRI and national policymakers and funders that will be needed for research infrastructure because it's a complex, very complex issue. And of course, not much will be done with limited resources. Thank you.
For your presentation, Jana. It's a thorough presentation where we have seen the challenges that we have ahead and also what are the work that we are doing or we call for being done in order to solve these problems together, because it's clear that what is proposing Jana is together, not only research infrastructure, ESFRI, and the government of our countries. The next speaker is Dr. Jo de Bock. He is the Chief Strategy Officer of IMEC. We have seen before from the talk from Anna that IMEC is in between research infrastructures and technology infrastructures. As such, she has presented your organization, Jana. And now we are going to have the opportunity to hear from you what are your views in relation with key competences and skills. So the floor is yours, Jo.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for inviting me here. And I think I may be indeed, or our institute is a bit in between the things you typically do in large research infrastructures and what is happening with the results of that later on in the economy. So I'll talk about what I know best, and that's the backdrop that you see here as well, which is semiconductors and chips. So you see on the picture here these large wafers on which you see all these rectangles. In the end, these will end up in your pockets. and produce the functionality that you will need. So maybe one question before we get started to set the scene: who in her or his professional life is dependent on chips? Okay, the ones that didn't raise their hand, you can talk to me at the lunch. And in your daily life, how dependent are you on chips? Need I say more? I think it's very important to indeed realize, and we've all realized a bit the hard way over the crisis that we lived through, that semiconductors are very, very important. And also in Europe, we have seen the European Chips Act responding to building more resilience. And I'll give a few pointers to that during the presentation, so I'm not going to potentially only focus on skills and competences, but resilience and international collaboration will be featuring in the presentation as well. But indeed, semiconductors are key. They're also key for our future. And so in many of the transitions that we will see, many of the development goals actually are supported, or the solutions towards these development goals are supported by semiconductor in one or other flavor, and data for sure being one of the important elements there. And you need semiconductors to turn data into information, into action, as we all know. I'd like to depict the pyramid here, or the value chain, or the ecosystem, which I heard talk about in the previous presentations as well, which I think is also very important to understand for each and every sector, how to build resilience. Who is part of that chain that needs to be made more resilient? The important element of IMEC, the way that we produce our interaction, or that we produce our results, has to do with the way we approach this ecosystem. In this slide, you can see the dark triangle on the bottom, which represents where physics, chemistry, new ideas, solid state, formulas come to bear. And that is where a lot of the invention and innovation happens. When we talk raw materials, when we talk sustainability, a lot of that happens in those clean rooms. And I'll give you a few pictures later to validate the fact that we are talking a large research environment. But trust me that what we do there in the current setting of IMEC and also in the future is to really be at the leading edge. That means we are doing research in an infrastructure that is also recognized by the industry as relevant in a way that they can take the results immediately, more or less, into their development and even into manufacturing in a little bit later stage. So in this dark triangle, we are bringing together innovation on materials. We are studying how to transition from the existing materials that are challenged for good reasons in the future to bring new solutions to bear. And so there's a lot of action there in that sense that needs to be looked at. Now on top of that, and I'm going to dwell another 2 minutes on this slide. On top of that, you see this light blue layer, which we call technology platforms. And I think many of you as research infrastructures do deliver into that technology platform. Actually, you may provide, you actually are, I guess, providing a platform for anyone to come in and act on what you have. In our case, that means we are defining a place where people that are not so interested in maybe the physics and the chemistry and how devices that are constituting the chips of the future are built, but that are interested in how to use these, how to build and architect new applications, how to build components that will make your car go more autonomous on the road, that make our life science applications be more solid in terms of how we do healthcare in the future, how we do compute and interconnect and all of these. So these would be the designers, the architects of future products. And then, of course, when you have these components and you want to build a car, you need to connect then the final product or the final service today with these components. That's what's happening in that system and system-on-chip architecture layer. So for us, it's important to know what we need to do in that dark triangle. And the only way to get to that answer is to understand what is going to be the impact of that technology later on in all of these applications that you see featuring on top of this slide. So what we bring together in our institute, that what we have been doing for the past 40 years, but very, very intimately over the past 25, is to connect that end use to the technology. And that is how we differentiate. That is also how we are bringing together the industry of all of these different layers, but not just the industry, and now I'm touching on the skills aspect, the different skills. When you're a scientist material scientist, for instance, you don't necessarily know how your materials research is going to impact the way a car is driven on the road. And I'll give you, it's a bit of a stretch, but intermediately, or actually from the top down, the car manufacturers do worry about their chips more now than they did 10 years ago. They do worry about the fact that maybe even from a sustainable or sustainability point of view, chips will be needed to drive the car electrically at a lower cost for the planet. And so all of this is connected. Now, this may sound very abstract on our floor daily. It is not, because actually these programs that we run, and that may be a bit of a difference for many of you in the audience, we are keeping the direction, we are keeping the content of our research very much our own responsibility, and then we look for partners to engage, that this is very much central, bringing that ecosystem, bringing the view from the end application down to the research. This is a bird's eye view of the infrastructure. If you're close to, well, you're in Brussels, so you're by definition close to Leuven. You can come visit the central infrastructure. IMEC has, over its past 40 years, we're celebrating our 40th anniversary this year, grown case by case, year by year, or decennium by decennium, into new infrastructure, keeping it at the leading edge. But we do have laboratories where kids can play, so to speak, and kids could be 60 plus years of age, as you know. And so this freedom to invent and freedom to go a bit off the beaten track is then incorporated into the final large research facility that you will see in a second, so that we can take that lab environment or that lab invention to something that is impactful in the economy later on. I'll give you a few flavors of that. So skills are being built in this melting pot of talent, in this melting pot of views, which we think is very enriching for a PhD student, for instance, working on a certain aspect, very much focused on her or his PhD, but then again, understanding the impact. This is, if you drive from Brussels to Leuven, by the way, you can't miss this tower, you can't miss the infrastructure there, because it's on one of the inroads into the city of Leuven. It is a pretty hefty investment. So IMEC now, after 40 years, is 5,800 people. Our annual budget is close to $1 billion. And so it's a large place, it's a large infrastructure to run. And you will see that we actually run this infrastructure 24/7, as you can see on this slide. We keep it continuously running. That's why we call it a fab, like a factory almost, because it is actually too expensive to go dormant overnight. So it's a large infrastructure, it has many tools, it looks pretty boring from the outside maybe, because it's just a shell, but inside you'll see this type of equipment. And it's a type of equipment you will see when you go to a semiconductor manufacturing plant, because these equipments will actually be also run there in more side by side and more redundant, and we can host them. But the infrastructure, again, today, $3.5 billion. Common investments under the European Chips Act also in the pilot line will be another $2.5 billion, and more to come in the coming decade. So very costly endeavor. And so therefore we want to have it open. And so this is important. We are not linked to any one partner in the industry, not linked to any one partner in the academic world, will open to any of these collaborations, which you have many. Key players like ASML, you may have heard in the news when it comes to chips and chip security. If you take away this giant of the European industry, no performance chip anywhere can be built. So resilience and partnership, and also the openness of that, the way that we deal with our partners transatlantic and globally, always has to do with interdependency. We need to be present in the partnership with some strongholds. We believe IMEC is one, we believe ASML is one, and there's plenty others in the European setting. But of course, we are lacking a few parts. We're lacking a lot of manufacturing. And so that's where the European Chips Act, for instance, in Pillar 2 is focusing on to. Let me click through just another couple of pictures. On skills, very hard to find. We have 300 open vacancies today on skills. And they go across the board. Of course, there are PhD students. Typically, we hire about 40, or we grant about 40 to 60 PhD students annually. And we have about 850 total allocated or linked to our programs, but also professionals, also vocational study. We have an IMEC school that internally tries to breed the new talent. And again, talent could be reskilling, could be someone who from a different profession comes in with a certain level of technical skill, we reskill. and that's very important. That's also going to be augmented. The competences are then linked to what the tools can do, to what the technology can do, but also what the designers can do. And I'll give you here the open floor, because that is where we are currently rolling out one of the projects under Pillar 1 of the CHIPS Act and constructing for more. A few vital points at the closing of the presentation. Skills and competences need to be built in school. They need to be built in school, also elementary school. We are looking very much into making the profession on science and technology known at the younger generation. Of course, this is language related, it's hard to scale, but we have programs and we're connecting those programs European-wide. And we're leveraging, of course, then with the universities to bring the bachelors in, to bring the masters in, internships, traineeships, but also PhD and then later postdocs. And of course, before you know it, some of them end up on our payroll. The things they do on the payroll are research, of course, but also linking to the industry, linking to the local industry, or potentially starting their own company. So in this quadrant that you see here, again, the lab to fab connection horizontally from the research at the universities on your left-hand side to the take-up in the industry, and the lab to fab transitions happening through the facility, through the research infrastructure, but of course also through design and other validation experiments. Sometimes the industry is not ready for the great invention that came out of the laboratory. So we do that then through ironing out the details of a lab-based device towards something which is manufacturable. We do that in our facility, so the startups have a solid ground to start from, a solid platform to be launched from. And then, of course, we make sure that we have, in European setting, but also globally, a good connection with the manufacturers. This networked innovation model, I think, is key. I'm sure you recognize it from some of your infrastructures. For us, it's essential also to the resilience of this. What we do is we bring the companies, young to be started, SMEs, to get ready for the disruption in the digital revolution, or large companies alike, internationally present. We bring them together to think and share their plans. I'm not saying they share their deepest secrets, but they share their vision, they share their trends. And in that ecosystem, companies do thrive because they can see the future a bit ahead of their competition potentially. That's why we have quite a few partnerships, which goes above 500 in total. So they are contributing to 75% of our 1 billion budget, so they do chip in quite a bit of money in order to be present in that infrastructure. So it has an offering, which is of course research, and we don't build products, but it's a research offering that's quite appealing to the whole of the ecosystem. And we know that some companies do not know what a chip can do for them. And so we have a service component to our organization that actually explains, trains, brings to the platform those companies that think they can be part of the disruption that will come in their ecosystem, in their own field, but they're not ready to have the skills on board to build the chip or the system or the product or the service that can make them become a key player. So with the IC link, the integrated circuit link part of IMEC, we do since 40 years already, because it's of course a demand from our local government to do this very closely to the local ecosystem, but we do this also in the breadth of Europe. So that was on a 20-second on the clock, the gist of what IMEC can do and is doing today. Again, I'm looking forward to the panel to see how we can bring some of the elements open to the platform. And the international aspect, I may not have enforced it too much in my presentation, but for us is key. We need to collaborate with international partners because the ecosystem does reside on companies that are or have a footprint across the globe. So with that, I'd like to give back the word to our moderator. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation also. I think that we have had a very good explanation of the different issues that are dealing with the topics that we are discussing. And now is the time for you. If you have some questions to our audience, is the time to pose these questions and to bring to also other points that with which you could help us to move ahead in this discussion. Is there any firing question that you want to pose to our panelists? Yes, José Luis.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. It was really very clear. But I have a very, maybe difficult, but I have to do that, a specific question for Nicole. I mean, you can have a policy of data policy and about the security, let's say for external things, but how you deal in the case where you had a partner who is 35% owner of your own facility to be secure of the data and the development inside the facility?
Yeah, very good question, thank you. And this is really putting some stress on the whole data department, and not only the data department, but also us as the directors of the facility. Because on the one hand, you have a shareholder who has the right to get all the data we are producing. On the other hand, many of these data are directly connected to a kind of a dual-use technology, so which is the main driver of all the decisions we have to take. I think at the moment we are managing well to really distinguish between the kind of data we are sharing at certain events and occasions and meetings, because at the council meeting and other committee meetings where all shareholders are present, we are normally not sharing the most recent research data we are producing. And for these kind of data, we also have kind of a confidentiality policy, which we apply to them. In addition, I think this is an important information, we don't have users which are affiliated to Russian institutions. This is based on the current sanctions, so the only active participation by Russian representatives is in our committee meetings. I hope that gives an answer.
Thank you. The next question.
Well, thanks very much for the presentations, very interesting.
Could you introduce yourself?
Oh yeah, no worries. It's Vaino Lusoli, European Research Executive Agency. A theme that cuts across the presentation, it seems to me, is that of the resilience of the value chains for materials, for advanced components, and for skilled staff. The last presentation, let's say, in a certain way, hinted at. So the question for me would be, is there a need for more concerted actions at European level to make these value chains for the provisions of components for research infrastructures more resilient? Is common action needed? The sub-question is, if such action is needed, would it be an horizontal action or would it be sectoral? So do the sectors need specific actions to ensure that the components for operating and building infrastructures are still here today, in 5 years and in 10 years?
Thank you. Who want to take the questions? Jana?
I think we could all contribute to answering this one, but let me just say that I very much agree that we would need a plan. Research infrastructures their operation is at risk with the changing political climate, some disturbances in the value chains and so on. But the issue here is also that they do not have all the knowledge that is needed. It's very difficult to follow all the council conclusions, for example, that also affect research infrastructures, be it on research security, including the foreign infringement. So there's, in the case of research infrastructures, what we can really count on is the very strong, tight connection between research infrastructures and ESFRI, and through this also European Commission. We do have a platform for 20 years where we can discuss these things. And in this case, we need each other in order to progress. So it's a very difficult topic. I think that we need research infrastructures need to develop, I mentioned this in my presentation, need to identify the risks and try to introduce the mitigation measures. But in several cases, they will not be able to implement them themselves. They will need also the policymakers and the funders.
Thank you.
The side comment on the question there as well. So I'm not sure the microphone works, so I'll speak up. So you asked also about where actions is needed to look at the supply chain and resilience, horizontal or sectorial. I think if we look at what happened with, and again, I'm focusing from the angle I know on the semiconductor and digital technologies, the European Chips Act, AI Act as well, do focus on that. So if you look at the pillars, one is on research, the other one, the second one is on bringing, say, the blind spots of our economy back to Europe, or making sure they thrive into Europe. That is on the investment climate, so manufacturing sites, for instance. And then the third pillar is on monitoring the value chain. And of course, that is very sectorial. It could be very different for, say, automotive, healthcare, life sciences, but also components for research, right? I mean, it's a very, very specific element as well. And so I think there, the crisis was used wisely to make sure that there is a presence of the Europe policy and the policy making, and also putting budgets behind the policy, which is true. As a matter of fact, you see CHIPS Acts in the US, in Japan, in South Korea, well, China, needless to say. Yeah.
Thank you. Any further question? Yes, Andrzej?
Hello.
Please introduce yourself.
Yep. Hello, Andrzej Hradiel, Masaryk University, Czech Republic. I have a question concerning the, let's say, China, Russia, but also Israel, which was mentioned, because, let's say, I think it was mentioned by our Belgian moderator, because I think the VUB, one of the universities based in Brussels, was sort of forced by the students to start, canceling the cooperation with Israel, which can be touchy for research infrastructures, because they do have members, like the ERICs, they do have members from Israel as well. So, which is a different sort of thing, geopolitical, which comes into research infrastructures. What would be your recipe to deal with these geopolitical things that the research infrastructures, even though we say we do science, but we are part of the big game as well? And the second part of the question concerning China and Russia would be, we heard from XFEL how they are dealing with that. But what is your sort of down-to-earth policy, researcher to researcher collaboration? Well, on users, we heard from Jana that CERIC stopped the Russian users to be users of CERIC. But let's say, what would be your message as representatives of those infrastructures to your research community? Thank you.
Very briefly on my side.
The macro, you have this.
Oh, sorry.
Well,
yeah, I thought it works actually, but it's this one. Yes, sorry. So you mentioned the ERICs. They have government sitting in the council. It's a political decision. It's not up to scientists to decide, basically. I mean, we do take a part in the decision on these matters, but it's very important that the council, in this case, contributes to it. It's composed of the member states, and they have very strong views on this kind of cooperation. I think research infrastructures, in this case, just need to work together, the policy, the country representatives and researchers, in order to find the best way. It's not a simple one.
Maybe I can add to that from our experience. I think taking the shareholders on board is the most important action you would have to take. But it also means that in our case, with 11 shareholders, you have to deal with 30 different opinions, at least. So what helps is really having kind of a legal advice, which is, of course, expensive. But what the shareholders need is always kind of an external assessment of whatever that is. And, of course, they also have from their ministries, from the government, quite clear statements how to behave, was our experience. So all our shareholders were sitting there and representing what their ministries, what their governmental policies have said and have told them as a guideline. So we followed that, and at the end, you ask for a practical solution. This is really lobbying and having a very, very good understanding of what is written behind the lines. So as we have taken some decisions in our council, we were not sure what will be the final decision if we would not have talked to all our representatives during coffee breaks and at other occasions. I think being very close to the ones who are taking the decisions for you is one of the key perspectives, one of the key aspects as well. and coming back to the people who are dealing with that problem, because these are not the representatives in the council, these are the people working in the hall, working at the experiments. You also have to create a feeling on the mood, on the spirit in the facility. And you also have to represent a certain understanding and stand in for your values. So that also, it might be trivial, but for us and at European Expo, it was always important. We have been the first international facility, I think, where the directors have put a statement on the website. And that was key for us to show how we deal with the problem. This is what I meant with transparent communication. So I think this is a two-step approach. You have to start with the ones who are taking decisions for you, understanding their national policies and also how you could find a compromise, which is a lot of lobbying. The second step is really hearing what your people are saying. What is the culture of your institution? And what do they expect from you as a leader? Because this is a situation where they need leadership.
Before to go to the next question, okay, because I wanted to ask you also, so perfect.
Okay, yeah, I'm maybe, well, slightly different to what's just been said. As far as the MBL is concerned, we really consider that we don't have a political mandate. We are really set up to try and make sure that science happens. So we have more than 100 different nationalities who come and work with us, including people from Russia, China, Ukraine, all over the world. And of course, we do compliance checks. Of course, we're conscious of what our Council of Member States expresses. But nevertheless, I fiercely defend the need to try and promote scientific collaboration towards peace, even though, you know, it's not written into our mandate either. And I think capturing the culture, I agree with what you say, that it's important to capture the culture. But actually, I think as an organization, we have a role to play to retain this neutrality and open approach to science. And so for me, capturing the culture internally during these, I mean, in my few years at EMBL, we've been through several crises. It's really about having a lot of conversations and reassurance internally so that all our staff feel protected and are able to do the science they need to do and go on and succeed in whatever country they then move to. I just slightly more
thank
philosophical.
You for that, because my question was in this sense. I wanted to see from your side the different approaches that the international organization has. Thank you, Edith. So next question.
Yeah. My name is Fabio Taucher. I'm from the Joint Research Center of the European Commission. And we give access to our laboratories also to external users. And I would like to share more than a question, our experience also with the dual use. And when researchers access our labs, we require that the data that we generate is made open to the public. And more we're facing the issue of dual use, especially in civil applications, where do we need to apply then the restriction of opening up the data from the labs, or is it more that we don't open the innovation that comes from the data? So we now are making a difference between the data that is coming from the experiments and the data that is using the innovations, and then we apply the dual use more to the innovations than to the data. So I would like to also see what is your experience on this topic of the data and the innovations coming from the data. And the second one is when we give access to industry, we require that industry is set up in Europe, but often we have institutions that want to access our labs, but they are indirectly owned or controlled by non-like-minded countries at the international level. So there we often have the difficulty in assessing whether we should give access to these institutions, even though they are located in Europe, they are controlled by countries that are not residing in Europe.
Okay, thank you for these views. Any additional question? No? So I have a question for you. So we have been discussing about many topics here. Sitting in the audience, we have almost all the research infrastructures that are represented here in the conference, and I would like to understand what is your needs that you will expect, or what you will expect from ESFRI to help in this topic? What is your expectation? What do you think that we can do as ESFRI Forum in helping you as a research infrastructure in doing that? We have in place different working groups dealing with different topics, international cooperation, greening. Is there any one of you that wanted to ask us something concrete to do? Or do you think some need that you can have?
Introducing myself, Mario Silva from the Institute for Energy Technology in Norway. We have some ESFRI infrastructures, I believe 2, registered. And from that perspective, and my point goes to what was discussed before about the difficulties with the supply chain, both of raw materials, equipment, that many of them are, the way we see it, the way I see it, are caused by economic factors. It's not that the technology or the materials are not in place within the European space. It's just that due to politics and economics, they are not available. So in that regard, maybe ESFRI could use, lobbying is a kind of a dirty word, but if regulated, it's not necessarily a dirty word, to push the Commission to actually put in place what the general political orientations are of creating a strong and independent Europe. Because, again, there are a number of sectors where raw materials and equipment could be available in Europe. The supply chain is just disrupted because of politics and economics in the end. So that's it.
Okay, thank you. We take note and we will consider it in our work. Claudia?
Claudia Lenamaro from Instruct, Structural Biology Infrastructure. Then I suppose if you were asking what we will ask ESFRI from the infrastructure, is that help us with the visibility of what we have achieved. One great thing about going outside sometime of Europe is that you get the feedback from all over the world of how amazing it is what we have achieved. We are sharing our infrastructure, we are open, we are getting all this great science, we have the resilience that we were talking about. This is amazing, but then all of these geopolitical things that are totally out of our control seem to push and decrease in many times, and we heard this morning, even further the funding to such a success story. And I think sometimes we are not strong enough to show off a bit. We have achieved this is great. And maybe that help from ESFRI, which was an amazing enterprise and is the envy of many of the regions of the world, to say what we have done, what we have achieved is great. We've done it together. Let's not defund it because there are more urgent things. Let's not forget the important when we are dealing with the urgent. And let's celebrate a bit more what we have achieved.
Thank you for these questions. The purpose is not answering this question, it's just gathering those positions that or how do you see it and taking this into consideration. So I'm not going to put in any pressure to our chair for answering the question. It's just to gathering what is your views, because sometimes it is necessary for orienting our work.
Nigel Mason, representing the Europlanet research infrastructure. I want to support what our colleague has just said. But research infrastructures are very different beasts, and they all work very differently. What I would ask ESFRI to do, and I know you are doing it, but I think I just want to reinforce 2 things. Distributed research infrastructures, particularly small and medium-sized ones, which perhaps operate in different ways and different sustainability structures. So when you do your roadmap, think about the wide range of different types of research infrastructures. And I think it's important to get that message over to our friends in the Commission and so on as well. And don't kill the goose that lays the golden egg, which I think particularly is the Transnational Access Programme, because that really is the envy of the world. We mobilize everybody across the whole European continent so that you can have a bright idea, and ideas are in every country, but resources are not in every country. And it's really important for our competitiveness that we retain that ability to be able to provide the facility to do that research for anybody with any idea across the continent. And that's what the research infrastructures have done and what we're envied for.
Thank you. Thank you for this also. You are almost on time. Is there any final question that you want to raise? Yes. Angie.
Antje Kepler, a chair of ERIC Forum. Maybe what I would like to ask Esri to intensify further the dialogue. I think it's great having the conference here, and we have seen this now every half a year, that we can have the research infrastructure conferences, but seeing the problems, the challenges that we are facing here, maybe we need to even formalize more the direct interaction between the policymakers and the existing ecosystem of research infrastructures. And it doesn't have to happen every time that we invite everyone, but addressing subsets, but to formalize this, intensify this, and I think in ESFRI you are the right group of people to make that happen.
Thank you for the suggestion. Thank you, Angie. I think it's clear, no, that we have to, for all the speakers today, that we have to work together. It's not only research infrastructure, but it is ESFRI, but it is, our political representatives in order to scale up what are the needs, in order to give voice to our needs in terms of budget, but not only in terms of budget, in terms of all the needs that we have underlined today. And I think that all that we have been discussing today is going to help on this purpose. So thank you very much. Thank you, our speakers, for your talk, and thank you.
All right, thank you so much, speakers, but also to you for your questions and comments. We established it this morning that most of you believe in science, and so you know that we need nourishment for our brains to work. With that, I would like to announce lunch, at least for those who believe in science. The other one needs to stay here. We have to have a talk. We'll see you back at 2:30, 2:30. Here for the afternoon part. Enjoy your meal. Welcome back, everybody. Good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I did. Let's just wait a second. There are still some people walking in, and then we can kick off this afternoon. Please join us back in. We all have different biological clocks. All right. So raise your hand if you identify as a scientist. I have this little joke that I once heard from a scientist, and he asked me, Sven, do you know why scientists have bodies? And I said, no. And he said, it's to take their heads to meetings. Good. Before we start, I was overhearing some conversations during lunch, and 2 times I heard a similar comment, which I will share with you. So there were lots of comments about competitiveness this morning and about the tech side. But let's not forget also about the social and societal impact that you can have. So just beyond the competitiveness and the economic side of things, there's also a social and a societal aspect to the science that you make and that can bring a benefit to society. So for the course of the afternoon, keep that in mind. We will have our second block, and that block will be about socio-economic and environmental impacts of research infrastructures. And before we start, I would quickly ask you for 1 minute to turn to another neighbor than this morning and just discuss very briefly what would you like to get out of this block? What information, what insights, what question would you like to see answered maybe during this block? Just 1 or 2 minutes, share with your neighbor. We don't need a Mentimeter, just a small sharing. Okay. Very well, thank you. Aha! Lots of questions apparently. No, doesn't work. I could try, right? So keep those questions in mind and try and see if you can spot an answer. And if not, you might already have an interesting question for the debate after. Who knows? I would like to welcome Elena Hoffert to moderate this session. She's a scientific advisor at the French Ministry of Higher Education, Research and Innovation, and she's also the ESFRI Vice Chair.
Thank you. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. So I'm very happy to moderate this session, which is a very promising one. You see a very interesting program, and it's maybe time to speak about impact of research infrastructures after the first part of today's meeting, which was devoted to a lot of different challenges which research infrastructures are facing. So I'm happy to invite to the stage our speakers. Anton Ussi, Operations and Financial Director of EATRIS, please. Werner Kutsch, Director General of ICOS. Ed Mitchell, Head of Business Development at ESRF. And Tim Hubbard, Director of Elixir. We have now all our panelists. The idea is that each panelist will give a presentation of about 15 minutes, and then we will have half an hour of discussion. And so you will be able to ask your questions, which we discussed just before the beginning of the session. So please, I have on the list first Anton Ussi, who will speak about digitalization and artificial intelligence as enablers of multidisciplinary collaboration.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you to the organizers for inviting us to talk here about the work that EATRIS does. This presentation was ostensibly entitled Multidisciplinary Collaboration as Enablers of Digitalization, but actually for the work we do, I'd like to turn that around. It's actually digitalization and AI as enablers of multidisciplinary collaboration. Because if you want to generate impact, you have to do multidisciplinary research, and that's particularly true in the new frontier of artificial intelligence and the digital universe. So first, just a couple of slides on what EATRIS does. So our job is in the life sciences and biomedical domain to help researchers that have developed that foundational research, that first finding, woohoo, I think I can explain why this disease is doing this, to turning that into something that actually impacts a patient or an intervention in a healthy person that keeps them healthy for longer. And that's translational research, translating a basic finding into something that can impact society. And by definition, by nature, it's multidisciplinary. It's multi-sectoral, and it's very patient-centered. It's very goal-oriented research. So to do that, you have to really create an ecosystem or operate in an ecosystem that has daily access and easy access to all of the gatekeepers and the actors that are on that value chain. It's a very long journey from basic finding to a clinical application. Many gatekeepers. It's like a relay race with lots of batons. And unfortunately, we treat the research process a little bit like a sprint race, and that publication is the end of the race. But in fact, that's really just the beginning. So our mission at EATRIS is to accelerate translation, to help those scientific discoveries become impactful interventions in society more efficiently, because the truth is we're not very efficient at turning science into societal impact. So what we do, translational research at its technical heart, is really bringing together the latest analytical platforms, the latest technologies that we know what they're telling us when we look in the body with them, together with a deep understanding of what the molecular pathways are, really mechanistic understanding of how various molecules are interacting with each other in the body, plus working with the clinicians and the patients who understand the phenotype, understand the course of the disease, and how it impacts the patients and what their journey is. So putting this together for every project that we encounter is how we conduct translational research. So our core activities are access to that, building research teams that can really provide end-to-end understanding of the biological question, developing new research tools so that we can have technologies that are fit to task in the specific context of use, also for the next generation. Education and training, obviously, hugely important. And because cross-sectoral collaboration, cross-disciplinary collaboration is not our daily bread, it's very important for us to make sure we develop better ways of doing that so that we can take the pain out of public-private and public-public collaborations. So IATRIS was on the 2008 roadmap. We were, I think, the first biomedical, the first life sciences ERIC, so November 2013. Now we're 14 member states, full members, and we have about 150 research institutions comprising hospitals, basic research institutions, and all the specialized medicines development types of research facilities you need. And we cover basically any type of intervention from an AI-enabled clinical diagnostic, which I'll come on today, to gene, cell therapy, and classical small molecule drugs. Now, the use of AI is obviously everything now, and you don't see a project that doesn't feature AI. But that also brings with it a lot of danger, because to use AI effectively, there is so much that needs to be done beyond the basic science and beyond the basic development of an algorithm and throwing some data at it. Especially to use AI in the clinic, because you're talking about a black box, an algorithm making decisions that will impact directly a patient's life. And so it's very, very important to ensure that you are building the structure, building a development structure that is going to be able to support not only answering a scientific question, but then engineering it so that it's a reliable product and does not do any harm. So we have to answer a lot of questions, and here's just really quite a random sort of grouping of questions that are put together, but it's probably a bit more complex than I put here today. But the first thing is you have to make sure that the algorithm that you're developing is going to be fit to task, is strong enough, is it computationally powerful enough to actually be able to handle very complex data sets. Algorithms like very few features and lots of samples. But in health, life sciences, it tends to be many, many features and not enough samples. Algorithms don't like that very much. So the first challenge is developing an algorithm that's strong enough. Then the question is, how do I get my hands on the 50,000 patients of data that I'll need to actually train this algorithm? Sadly, we're seeing a lot of published work where just a few hundred patients are being used, and in most cases, that will never yield anything that's going to be of value for the future in society. The numbers that we're talking here in complex data sets are in the thousands and the tens of thousands. So being able to access that in a safe way, GDPR compliant way, across different institutions, across different regions, is very challenging. Then, how do we know we're actually building a product where there's a real unmet need? Does the patient actually want what I'm prescribing as a solution here? When I'm a basic biologist or a computational scientist, how have I ever met a patient? So being able to go from that market, the technology push to the market pull, when do I do that? When do I start to ask, is this actually useful? Is there somebody who needs it? And then when thinking about that, when I'm thinking about, okay, this really is an interesting result, now I want to take it to clinic. How do you access the regulatory expertise to know what for instance, the CE marking process looks like? What regulatory steps, what evidence will I have to show to get this authorized for use? And then, how do I partner with organizations who can help bring it to a market, whether that's a commercial market or not? And how do I ensure that the intellectual property that I've generated is adequately protected? And those sorts of questions around exploitation. It's not always about money, but all of these things are relevant questions even when we're in a non-profit setting. IATRIS works a lot in the rare diseases space, neglected diseases, and the questions are the same, money or no money. And then finally, are doctors going to start using something that in fact may even threaten their security because it's taking decisions that they would have made in the past? Can we adequately explain to the patients how this AI algorithm has come to a decision? Can we convince payers that this represents value for society at a population level? Many, 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 many questions. So I'm going to showcase one of our flagship projects in this space to show the multidisciplinarity necessary. And the first thing what really excites me, because I'm a big fan of the physics infrastructures, you guys rock, is the long-term collaboration that we've signed with CERN a few years ago. They came to us asking if we can help them with the medical application, so testing medical applications for their technologies. So about 2 years ago, we learned about their federated learning system. So this was, the collaboration was around their entire portfolio. But then we learned of their federated learning system. And this is a way of solving the problem of big data sets. So with GDPR and with the privacy-preserving nature of rules, hospitals don't like to send data outside of their firewalls. So federated learning allows computational bits to go inside the firewall, perform computations using the data sets inside the hospitals, and aggregates them into a supermodel, into the greater model. And that model then is trained using these different mini calculations. So this federated architecture allows you to go into multiple hospitals and then bring that back, train the model, and then the model can be deployed utilizing the features that have been discovered into the hospital setting. That was the basis of our excitement about a call that came up about stroke care pathways. And we're very grateful to one of our leading institutes in the IATRIS. We put out a call to all our institutes, and Dr. Carlos Molina from the Waldebron Institute of Research, one of the world's leading stroke care clinicians and a very passionate scientist, came with the concept for this project to develop in the stroke care pathway a federated learning platform that could utilize integrated, trustworthy, validated AI solutions to improve stroke care. One of the big challenges in stroke care is knowing, is this patient at risk of a second stroke or not? Because then you have two different care pathways. So really trying to implement personalized precision medicine into the care pathways using AI, because currently we don't know how to do that. So the idea with this project was to bring together all of the different organizations necessary to be able to do that. And so what resulted was TrustStroke, and obviously big thanks to the European Commission for the 8 million euros or so budget that was put into this project. So what you see here, multinational collaboration, a lot of partners. What's very exciting about it is that we don't just talk multidisciplinary and multisectoral, but we really do mean it as well. So at the top there, all these research hospitals, leading institutions, large leading patient care, large institutions with lots of patient throughput. You see that organization called SAFE there. That's a patient organization, really putting the patient at the forefront. Then underneath there, the technical underpinnings for the federated learning platform to ensure that it's done right. And then EURECAT, a non-profit organization developing the algorithms so that we can have the deployment into society a little bit less difficult with competitive issues. IATRIS ensuring the cross-disciplinarity and really putting the collaboration together and then ensuring that we have the sustainability and exploitation planning together with our institutes driving, as you see up top there. NORA is a platform for the patient engagement as well. So again, making sure we're patient-centering and are able to engage with the patients directly, and then ensuring that we have the correct engineering for verification and data stewarding there with the Josef Stephan Institute. And then NACAR supporting NORA in the user experience. Cross-disciplinarity in this space is extremely important. For us to be able to deploy AI into society really requires that forward planning approach, starting with your goal, then reverse planning back from that goal, which is the patient. Very busy slide, ignore that, but what you'll see on the right-hand side there is the potential cost savings that we can create. So you see 7,000 euros per patient cost saving if this all works out. So we're very excited. We have another couple of years to prove this. And this really shows the potential of AI, but it has to be done right. Huge numbers of patients. Software engineering really part of the process, not just science and biology, and really looking forward to how we can deploy that, how we can take the next steps of validation together and ensure that we're doing that right. So TrustStroke is one example. We have a few others. EUCAIM, I think there's quite a few member organizations. EUCAIM, very large flagship project on the cancer mission here that's led by one of our partners in Spain. There was an Interreg program on CADEX, is really helping small organizations really uptake AI and develop it in a rigorous and robust and transparent way. And I'm not allowed to talk about it yet, but we also are negotiating a very big brother to TrustStroke with a 28 partner, 25 million euro project to create an entire end-to-end paradigm for stroke management. There is a lot of money pouring into this space, but we have to do it right, I think. For me, the most important conclusions that I can share today is that we have to couple the basic science with engineering. And basic science for its own sake is very important, but if the science is to have impact in later life, let's make sure that it's not only publishable, but exploitable, robust, rigorous, and ready for the next phase of validation. And this can be only done by really working across disciplinary boundaries and working with other sectors. When you're doing development projects like TrustStroke, they need to be driven by the user. Having the technology developers drive them, You end up with a great proof of concept, but it doesn't go further. Users know what they need, users know how to deploy them. So really, user-centric and user-driven validation projects is very important, I think, for us. And by bringing the patient into play and bringing them into the room, it aligns everybody's vision onto a common goal. So no matter whether you have a profit or a non-profit motive, the patient is your goal. Because impact creation is a very long journey. To make one medicine, it's a couple of billion euros, 10 to 15 years, many, many handoffs, just as an example. So you really have to get unified behind the patient there and be aware of who your gatekeepers are and really try and make sure that you are part of a longer chain of knowledge generation, not just aiming on one specific outcome. I'll stop there, I think. Obviously, a big thanks to our member states who really drive this process and help us to achieve our goals. Thanks a lot.
So thank you very much, Anton. It was very interesting. We will come back to the discussion after the presentation of the other three panels. And now I give the floor to Werner Kutsch, Director General of ICOS, who will speak about greening of research infrastructure and different aspects of greening.
Thank you very much for inviting me, and good afternoon. I will try to open your mind and open your perspective a little bit about colors. And the most important color I will talk about is the color green. Why are we talking about greening of research infrastructures, not about yellowing of infrastructures or redding of research infrastructures? Some people hope that the European Parliament will be browning at the next Sunday. We don't hope that, but we are talking about greening. Greening, where is this word coming from? If you look outside, you see a lot of green leaves, and that's where the word is coming from. Green is the color of photosynthesis, and photosynthesis is one of our life-supporting systems. So every little part of your body is depending on photosynthesis because it creates your food. And we have a lot of more of so-called life-supporting systems. And we are, as a species, Homo sapiens, sometimes having the tendency that we are ignoring our life-supporting systems. We are ignoring that we are depending on nature. And some, I think, really clever scientists have invented this system of planetary boundaries that should not be crossed to be safe and to avoid abrupt or irreversible environmental changes. And let me make a first remark about science. I did not raise, when you were asking, dear Master of Ceremony, whether I believe in science. I did not raise because belief is the wrong category. Belief is something for the church. I can't say here, I believe that this planetary border is crossed or not. We have evidence on this, and science is a different thing than believing. So, yes, if we are not respecting these planetary boundaries, then a lot of things are on stake. Perhaps our own species. Perhaps we might become a footnote in evolution, a footnote in the big book of evolution saying, Homo not so sapiens. Clever enough to find the Higgs boson, clever enough to know that gravity is also working at the other end of the universe, but too silly to respect the planetary boundaries that are supporting our lives. So, what do we need? Greening means we have to rebuild our societies to reduce the risk of crossing the planetary boundaries. And research infrastructures have two roles on this. We have to support the greening of societies, but also we have to green ourselves. And I will talk about both in my presentation. So you see now an arrow on the thing. It's very small. The part is climate change, and the boundary is CO2 concentration or greenhouse gas concentration in the atmosphere. And that's one information ICOS is giving to our society. So That's a recent publication from ICOS, and it's in a way showing that the CO2 concentration is increasing and increasing and increasing. But it's also showing a lot of details between these 39 stations, and in these details between and differences between the concentrations, you see a lot of additional, you find a lot of additional information on emissions, but also on natural fluxes and uptake. Why do we need to observe this? Greenhouse gases are causing global warming, and we have, as a global society, agreed on a safe space under at least 2 degrees, ideally an increase of only 1.5 degrees. So what we need is, in the lower graph on the left-hand side, we have to reduce emissions, and we have to come to net zero somewhere between 2040 and 2055. What does it mean, carbon neutrality or net zero? It does not mean that we have to reduce all our emissions to zero, but we need a balance between emissions on one side of the balance, and then removals, mainly through oceans and natural ecosystems on land, on the other side. And only if this is balanced, then we are on the safe side. So that's where ICOS comes into the game. We are providing information on the status of the atmosphere, on greenhouse gases, but also fluxes between land ecosystems and the atmosphere, and between the oceans and the atmosphere. So we have in total 180 stations. It's a typical distributed research infrastructure, about 200 million euros investments into all these instruments. And what we have is going beyond these sheer investments. We have had a long community effort to standardize our measurements. So if you compare data from an ICOS site, let's say in Finland, you know you can compare them to a site in Italy, because we are all working on the same standards. We have central laboratories to avoid differences between laboratories in our data. We have a centralized processing and QC, quality control of the data. And we have a carbon portal that is a one-stop shop for all our data. And our data are fair, and we are providing data services for our users that they can analyze the data. And 2 remarks here on the question of open data. We are providing our data without any restriction, because we believe in the environmental domain, it's more about cooperation than about competitiveness. If we want to solve global problems, we need to cooperate globally. And that's why our data are completely open. And there's a second remark. There was the question about supporting the operations by the European Commission. I don't know whether somebody from the Commission is still here, but my answer would be yes, just pay us for the data. For example, through Copernicus, then we have a support of open data, and we can distribute this to run the operations of the infrastructure. So what are we doing with this information, with this data? Of course, we are communicating it. We are a so-called intergovernmental organization at the United Nations Framework on Climate Change. And this means that we are sitting in the plenary. And the first 2 days of a conference of parties is then the 2 days where all the heads of states are coming and giving their interventions to the COP and promising everything. Also our big boss, von der Leyen, was there and gave an awesome speech. And then there's the 3rd day. That's the so-called Earth Information Day, and I can then raise my hand and say, hello, I'm a scientist from the last row. Thank you for all the wonderful speeches, but we have to report that the CO2 concentration still is rising, and the emissions are rising, and the temperature is rising, just as a note to the climate conference. But this is something we can at least give there, and if you follow the link, you will see our intervention at the last COP in Dubai. The second thing is that we want to inform the public. We have an annual bulletin about greenhouse gases in Europe, and we have always a specific topic. The most recent one, just published yesterday, I have a few exemplaries if you're interested, is about the monitoring and reporting and verification of emissions and supporting climate action on this. And this means that we inform and show how our data can be used in this political system. And finally, we have, for example, in several projects, not only from ICOS, but also from Actis and Iagos, to other infrastructures, we support cities. You see a measurement in the city of Zurich, or over the city of Zurich, on the right-hand side. On the left-hand side, you see data on the emissions of Paris, and this is coming from a private company that is using our data and lots of other data. And that's, I think, a very interesting way of working together with private companies that are using our data to support cities in their emissions. So I did my own landscape analysis while waiting on the other landscape analysis about these planetary boundaries and how the environmental research infrastructures are related to these different planetary boundaries and how many data that could provide. And I think we have really a nice coverage of our environmental community, and they have a lot of data for monitoring the planetary boundaries. They are also an important tool for greening the societies, and they are acting as a fleet. So we have these many research infrastructures because they are specialized. And they are very agile in their specialization, and they can have common approaches, like, for example, data sharing in the EUSC, but I think it's really important to see this as a fleet. So, summarizing this part, research infrastructure are strategic assets for greening our societies, and Europe has this wonderful strategic cooperation on research infrastructures. We have a legislation for the ERICs, and I think that's something we should be proud of, because no other region on Earth has such an intense cooperation between countries, and thus we are, in many parts, a blueprint for global cooperation. So the second part, greening ourselves, I also made a little landscape analysis on this. I asked a bit around between fellow infrastructures, and the general approach is, I think, that we definitely all together can look at three things: travel, food, and power. Travel, we have heard this many times, is reducing the traveling and having as much online as we can, but there is traveling necessary. We have to meet in person, but at least then we could, for example, serve vegetarian or even vegan food. And the power consumption is also something that we have heard about already. And I got a bit of information from other infrastructures, for example, the European Social Survey. That's not the environmental domain, it's the humanities. So they green their own activities. They have a lot of meetings that they hold virtually, but also the reduction of traveling of the interviewers. And they also provide a lot of information on European attitudes towards key climate policies, which is also super important for the climate policies. And they have also a very nice cooperation with ICOS inside this ICOS Cities project, because they specifically interview people in Munich and in Paris, which are our core pilot cities. Eli has a lot of strong focus on the energy consumption, and they are establishing, for example, solar parks, and in general are trying to reduce their emissions. I asked EU Solaris, and they gave also another example. Of course, they are looking forward for the reduction of emissions, but in their own work, they can also look at reduction of water consumption, reduction of electricity consumption, and assessment of the carbon footprint. And finally, there is a final example from the EuroArgo. They have these fleets that are going down, measuring the water column in the ocean, and then they're coming up again, and the floats are sending their results via satellite to the database, and they're coming at the end of their life cycle, and now they are starting missions to get these floats recovered. So we have a lot of examples, and my conclusion is greening has two aspects for research infrastructure: supporting the greening of societies and greening themselves by minimizing their environmental impacts. Both aspects are important throughout all scientific domains, and the ESFRI and the national funding should integrate both aspects of greening into their strategy to consolidate the landscape. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Werner, for the very inspiring talk. And now we will go to the next speaker, to Ed Mitchell, Head of Business Development in ESFRI, and he will speak about access as an enabler of innovation.
So, pleasure to be here. I work at the European Synchrotron down in Grenoble, where we try to do more work with industry. What I'm going to do, I've been asked to take you through some different ways that we're trying to enable access to the SRF, rather than kind of like the traditional method of just purely scientific excellence and a competition. We're trying to do some slightly different things as well. I am going to focus a little bit on industry, but not exclusively so. So I've been in France for too long, because that's his accent, right? Never mind, it's time to go back to the UK. So access as an enabler of innovation. We have a beautiful site down in Grenoble. We're on the same site as the Institut Laue-Langevin, the neutron source just right next to us. I do the institutional stuff first. We have 21 partner countries, mostly from across Europe. Russia is a partner. At the moment, Russia is suspended from the SRF, but is still a member of the SRF. A few years ago, we upgraded the SRF. In 2019, we shut for a year and a half. We chucked away the synchrotron, the big 1 kilometer round thing. We got better permanent magnets. We replaced the steel, did better vacuum, and our electron beam got smaller, which means our X-ray beam got something like 100 to 10,000 times more intense, more coherent, which has a huge impact for, okay, I didn't do that, but anyway, which has a big impact for the experiments that we're doing. We have about 10,000 users traveling to the SRF or increasingly using us through mail-in and remotely. We have about 7 papers per day coming out with results from the SRF. And you can see the other bits and statistics there if you want to. So I said we've done the upgrade. We're now the first 4th generation high-energy synchrotron source in the world. We're a landmark on the ESFRI roadmap. We're in Aeroforum. We're part of LEAPS. As part of the upgrade, we've developed a lot of new beam lines. Okay, that increase in intensity of the X-ray beam has made new scientific opportunities. So our access methods also have to keep up with this. We talk about this a lot. Okay, drug discovery for pharma. Every synchrotron in the world does this. We're extremely well suited to it, but it's because we've talked to the pharma industry. We've put in place automation that you can see on the screen there. It's cost effective. We get better data at the synchrotron than you can do in-house. AstraZeneca in Sweden have chucked away their lab source, and now they rely on synchrotrons to provide the diffraction data that they need for drug discovery, which is quite remarkable. I'm not sure I would be brave enough to do that, even though I'm working at a synchrotron. So that's taken a lot of time to build up the trust, though, and to build up the service that they want at the right price, the right throughput, the right data, in the way that they want to do it. So as Anton was saying, right, we're bringing industry into our room, or we're going to the industrial space, trying to talk to them to understand what we want to do. Now, given the upgrade, we're taking that structural biology model, and now we're starting to apply that to other techniques. So BASF actually proactively approached us. We were kind of a bit blown out of our socks, right? BASF coming to talk to us. They said, we've got a problem. We've got a lot of samples that we want to do X-ray powder diffraction for, because we're doing materialomics, so mixing up lots of stuff for batteries, for catalysts. So they said, we want to send you thousands of samples every month. And then we want to be able to collect the data, high throughput, and deliver the data. So from having funding from the Commission in Streamline, which is an S3 project we had, it just finished on the 14th of May, we were able to fund standard sample holders, optimized experiment workflows, matching what BASF wanted, and building up the trusted data, the tracking, the reduction that they want. And that's actually resulted, so Bernd Hendrickson, who we were working with at BASF, that's resulted now in a startup called Momentum Transfer that is using what we've developed in collaboration with BASF, and they're providing an A to Z service. I haven't got time to go through the one on the right-hand side. We also increasingly work for access with intermediaries, and this is DTI work on a fish. It's a tiny fish, about this big. But people are interested in fish because they want to modify the diet. They want to change how things are working. Here, Biomar talked to DTI. DTI said, yeah, we can do that. We can do some high-contrast X-ray imaging for you down at the synchrotron in Grenoble. So in this case, DTI are acting as intermediary, an expert from us to a company. And we're seeing more and more RTOs doing this kind of work. And they use very high-contrast imaging on BM5, got the imaging of the fish. They could see where the material that the fish was eating, where is it distributed in its gut, which is what the company is interested in. Now, this is not Nature front cover, right? We got the front cover of aquafeed.com, which was good. We like that because it's a completely different community, right? This is outside of our comfort zone. BM18, thing with the big arrow next to it, is a very long beamline at the SRF. Now, if you can image fish, you can also image other things. This is brain of a person, not alive. Okay, it doesn't work. The X-ray dose is too much. But this is using very high contrast imaging that's enabled with our upgrade on a very special beamline, and we can do hierarchical imaging, so you can zoom in. Right? Take the brain, go, boom, boom, I want to look at that bit there. You zoom in, start looking at it. The white blobs you start to see are the neuron mappings. Okay? So part of the work here is now we can do this at very high speed. Right? This isn't hours of data collection. This is fast. So suddenly we can start collecting libraries of information, not just brains, but we can apply this to other objects as well. So you can go and look at this if you want to. Search for Google, the Human Organ Atlas at the SRF. It's a collaboration of partners including UCL, Chan Zuckerberg, who is helping to fund us. And they're now expanding this work to other bits of us. The aim being to look at disease, understand statistically what's going on, and the information is there. This is open data. Anybody can use it. Anybody can access it. And this is the kind of data also that can be started to be used in the clinical area, because you can start to use this as a training data set for AI that's going to use it in the clinical area. Because we get very, very high resolution data beyond the clinical area, but then that can be used for training. We're also looking at how we can change public access for academics. This is looking very complicated. Now we can go faster. Experiments take maybe hours. It's not days. And we have to restructure how we have. If you were all wanting to access the SRF, we'd have to do, I don't know, 100 different applications. Pain in the arse administratively. Whereas if we treat you as a block allocation group, one application, there's the PI. PI is, I don't know, it's the Master of Ceremonies, who then is organizing your beam time and your access to us. The admin barriers go down. You organize yourselves as you see fit. The throughput gets better. The science gets better. We're also organizing people as hubs. There's 2 examples, 3 examples. We're organizing people as hubs. So the bags, it's a self-organized block of scientists who get access to beam time, and they organize the beam time themselves. Hubs is an area of experts who transversely work on something specific. So in this case, there's the battery hub. So here they work together on a common topic, batteries. In the shock bag and the historical materials bag, they're individual scientists that work on beam time in series, if you like. But it lowers our administrative barriers, which is a huge bonus for us and a huge flexibility for people trying to access. This is the battery. Kind of the gold-colored thing on the left-hand side is like a battery torture chamber. It's a safety chamber where we can blow up batteries. So it's kind of some of the work being done in the style of the battery hub. We do online real-time imaging of batteries, looking at lithium-ion batteries. This is a nail test, right? You see the nail going in, the battery is gradually pumping up and getting ready to explode. Some of the batteries do explode, which is why we need the safety box. Safety box has been designed by UCL and Fraunhofer. We provide access to this system. for anybody that wants to use it. There's a long-term proposal, people can come down and use it. We have commercial people coming down and using this, looking at battery failures. One example is actually NASA. They regularly come to us with, say, 100 batteries. Each battery has been manufactured in a different way, and then they watch it fail on the beamline. Stick a nail in, they watch it fail. What breaks first? Is the safety features working? Can they make it safer? And they've recently, this wasn't so long ago, it's in January this year, NASA has signed a deal with Archer Aviation, and they will use the SRF as part of the battery testing to develop batteries for the aviation industry. It's quite nice. This is about SMEs. We heard a lot about SMEs at Intech yesterday, using the EDIs, the European Data Innovation Hubs. SMEs are challenging, right? They have no money. They have very strong time constraints. They don't know what an RI is, right? You just don't know. What's a synchrotron? What's a neutron source? They haven't got a clue. Fortunately, we've had European Commission support in Calypso Plus and Leaps Innovation to subsidize SMEs to have access to the light sources across Europe. And when we're going out doing business development and talking to an SME, and we say, well, actually, come and have a go, right? It's free. Immediately, there's a whole load of barriers that go away, right? They're not worried about the price, because our image is expensive, scary, difficult to access, ivory tower. So we're actually trying to break away some of these barriers. And this commission work, the work that the commissions are letting us do in transnational access for SMEs is helping us do that. So across the light source, we've now had, I think it's 53 SMEs using us. These are two examples, one from Hey Planet in Denmark, where they're developing new food ingredients that are meatless. They wanted to look at the texture. It's easy, it's just microtomography. So we can do that on one of the SRF beamlines. You can look at the texture, get the 3D shape of all this stuff that they're trying to make into food, so it's nice for us to eat. Takis Biotech from Italy, they came to us with microcrystals of something related to COVID. We could give them diffraction data, which they could not afford to do on a commercial basis, right? They're coming to us commercially. The data is confidential, and we're allowed to subsidize them because of the European rules. And we have a workshop coming up on Friday on how do we continue to develop this model of SMEs accessing RIs and TIs. This is just one last example of access to the ISRAF. It's not just about the beamlines. It's not just about the X-rays, but we're fortunate we have a lot of technologies as well, like many of the RIs in the room. In this case, this is Ceftech. It's an SME based down near Toulouse in France. They build magnets. And we've sold them one of our magnetic measurement benches. It's very simple. It's just a piece of wire with some clever electronics and some bits and bobs around it. It's quite a large investment for Ceftech, 6 figures or so. So for an SME, this is quite serious stuff. But they've bought one of these things from us. We've taught them how to use it, and now they're using that as part of their service provision. They had to take a bank loan. They partly paid for it with a bank loan, partly themselves. But now they're operating that down in Toulouse, and it's adding value to their SME company, to the work that they're doing on magnets. I'm at the end. There's a huge gang of people in the acknowledgements, right? I've almost certainly messed people off. There's all of the people at the SRF that help contribute, but also there's Alba working a lot with the SME accesses, BSF, DTI, Fraunhofer, EMI, Momentum Transfer, Priors, the list goes on. I've undoubtedly missed some people off, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ed. And now we are coming to the fourth panelist in this discussion. Tim Hubbard, Director of Elixir, will speak about digitalization and use of artificial intelligence.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to this. So I'm going to talk about Elixir from this context. So Elixir is one of the research infrastructures. It's a distributed research infrastructure, and it covers data, basically, biological data. So databases, training, development of software tools and standards, alignment with computing resources, and a whole load of technical experts. There's around 900 across the Elixir members. And it works very closely with other S3 life science infrastructures such as BBMRI, ERIC, Eurobiomaging, EATRIS, etc. Right, that's better. There are 21 members covering and a number of other countries who are applying to join. Each of those countries has a node, which is funded mostly internally from that country, but coordinated from the center. And there's a special node, which is EMBL EBI, which is in fact where the hub of Elixir is based. So there's a close collaboration between EBI, which has core big data resources, and then Elixir, which is distributed across these nodes. Now, these societal challenges, if you look at the ones in this space, biology space, there's a lot of them, and they nearly all, obviously involve researchers and people, but they nearly all now depend on very large-scale data analysis. So this is really what Elixir is about. It's about trying to streamline these processes of handling data in a landscape where it's becoming harder and harder. So, we've seen examples of how data growth, from synchrotrons, for example, image data, obviously genomics data, where the amounts of data are just growing enormously. And at the same time, although computing has been getting faster, the actual systems for networking or storage haven't actually speeded up that much. So it's harder and harder to handle this data at this sort of scale. There's also, of course, lots of location issues. EBI has been based on centralizing data in big databases, but that's not always possible these days. Sometimes the data is just too hard to move, too large. Sometimes it's data sensitivity, national data collections, etc. And then, of course, there's how to make this all enabled for AI, how to set up data in a way that can do that. So a lot of what Elixir is about is not doing the science, because the science users of the infrastructure do that, but trying to make the underpinning organization of data easier to use and more coordinated, more structured, and more interoperable. And it does it in various different ways. So there's internal money, which we describe as commission services across the nodes. So if nodes have data sets or software tools, we try and use this money to coordinate them and make them more interoperable through these commission services. Then there's a whole structure of communities across the nodes, bringing together experts in all these different fields and making sure that they are aware of each other and help them to coordinate bids for EU money, for example, for particular large projects. So you tend to get a more coherent application structure. Now, very specifically, how do you make data easier to use? There's this principle which come up in some of the other talks of FAIR, so findable, accessible, interoperable, reusable data. That's a whole culture in itself about how you handle data. And Elixir has been sort of coordinating a lot of this engagement around that, around evaluating resources and helping them, set these standards, developing policies, advocacy around the FAIR approach, and just making these platforms, if they're fair, then they're more likely to be discoverable, they're more likely to be interoperable. It lowers the transaction costs for users. And all of this, of course, is based on open data, and the value of open data does come from users. And if you look at, say, surveys of commercial users, for example, they're saying there's a huge value of having these usable and open data infrastructures because their SMEs, their businesses depend upon that. So part of Elixir's function is not only to do surveys of users, but also work with the industrial community at different levels. More than 300 companies are engaged. 40% of the nodes have a particular industry program to try and engage companies in their countries. So to have that generate economic activity that's based around data. It's not just data that's organized, because part of reuse of data is one side of handling data. The other is reusable software. So there's a lot around tools, workflows. We have now this much more portable structure of high-performance computing where you can bring software from one environment into another. And that, standardizing things like definitions for machine learning, for example, just helps this space, making the data more interoperable, making the tools more interoperable. An example of this, when it's deployed in anger, is something like what happened during COVID, because you had, this was already mentioned by Edith this morning, you had a large number of entities which had COVID data. EBI set up some infrastructure around that, but Elixir coordinated a lot of the activities around use of that data and sort of interoperable and standards across the countries in Elixir under the Buy COVID EU-funded project. So Elixir operates as a sort of standards and a coordination organization to help scale these sort of things. Now, this is infectious diseases. And that data, of course, didn't come from researchers. And this actually is, I think, a theme of where infrastructures are going. So historically, data has been collected by researchers. That's been the model. You get a grant to collect some data, and then maybe you make it reusable. But there's another source of data coming now, and that's coming from, when we talk about societal impact, data coming from society. In the case of COVID, coming from health systems collecting or public health collections as part of surveillance. There's whole other sets of data that are now being standardly collected, which aren't up until now accessible for research, but that's a shift that's coming. And there's a lot of opportunities coming from that shift because those data sets are frequently very, very large. They're frequently complementary to the specific research collected data. They've already been paid for by that part of the government system or health system. And you've now got mechanisms for enabling access in a way that maintains security, where you visit the data rather than take it away. EOSC in Trust is a EU-funded project to kind of standardize those sorts of process using developing policies around trusted research environments and ways to federate between them. And the EC clearly understands this idea because the European health data spaces are exactly this. Something in the middle between research data and government systems like health systems, where data can potentially be coordinated in a way that researchers can use that as well as bespoke collections. So, of course, the big area in this right now, the one that's got a lot of traction, is the European health data space. Part of the underpinnings of that, or part of that alignment with that, is the 1+ million genomes project, which is to try and build personalized data, personalized health data across Europe. So there's 20-something countries involved in that, and Elixir is coordinating something called the Genome Data Infrastructure to support use of those genomes, provide the distributed infrastructure so that those genomes can be analyzed without being distributed necessarily between countries. So that's data at the moment, which is being collected mainly on the research side. But you can see countries that are beginning to collect whole genomes directly for healthcare. Denmark has 20,000 so far, and many countries are thinking about that. So building data infrastructure to service both research activities and health activities is a direction of travel which provides societal impact, because it's not just for research that leads maybe in 20 years to a drug, but data that leads directly to care. So that's what's being built right now, this GDI infrastructure of a network of federated storage systems that will allow possible to do analysis across genomes that are distributed in Europe. And as I said, this leads to a potential different translation mechanism. Rather than thinking about just developing a drug from research activities, there's the possibility of using this real-time data and analyzing it and supporting direct care in the case of health, direct feedback in the case of COVID, or environmental analysis, anything where real-time data is being collected, where research and particularly AI-type analysis can feed back into direct use. So I think of the way that we've been trying to understand the whole world of biology as being layered on top of, starting from the genome, working all the way up to ecosystems. Ideally, when we first sequenced the human genome, we thought, well, we could understand everything. Of course, we haven't been very good at prediction, and so we've needed all these other data collections alongside. And the kind of structures that Elixir has been setting up have been to drive standardization, so it becomes easier to compute over that. But progress has been relatively slow. But AI has been mentioned this morning, the AlphaFold. It's really broken one of the major barriers in this collective understanding of how biology works, because that step between sequencing genomes that we could do very, very easily, we couldn't translate what those genomes looked like in 3D unless we went and did crystallography or beamline type analysis of the structures. Now they can be predicted directly. So this shows where AI, if you've got data organized in a way, collected in a way and organized in a way where AI can train on top of it, you can really interpret very large data sets. So there's a possibility as we feed into this ecosystem, not just the data that's been collected on the health side, but data that's been collected in things like health systems, that AI has enough data to process this and really build complete understanding. So in summary, what Elixir has done, it's built this research infrastructure, which is a mixture of people and expertise, standards, and application into this distributed set of data and tools, and made the whole European space more coherent in terms of a way that you can then process biological data. And I just acknowledge a few things missed on here, people from the hub, and of course the nodes that have fed into all of this over the last 10 years, because it's now 10 years old. Obviously, it heavily depends on EMBL EBI. We share their legal existence to make the infrastructure. Carol has provided some slides, and of course, a lot of the funding that underpins this, both from national governments and from the EU, from these projects that have been funded. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, our four speakers. It was very interesting and inspiring. So after these presentations and after the short brainstorming session in the beginning, do you still have questions? If you have questions, you are welcome.
Yes, Volker Beckmann from the French Ministry of Higher Education and Research. Especially for the first and the last talk, is there an impact of the AI Act on what you do and how you do things?
Well, not yet, but I think that one of the consequences of having these trusted environments where the data isn't distributed means that you can train AIs inside these secure environments, and that will be compatible. The AI Act is worrying about leakage of information, rogue AIs, etc. It is possible to use those in health-type settings, training them in secure environments. So the kind of infrastructures that I discussed for European health data space will be compatible, I think, to using AI in a way which is consistent with the Act.
Yeah, I think the most important impact is the idea of privacy preservation and the explainability So transparency. So when we take on a project, we need to make sure that there's people in the room that are able to develop the algorithm in a way that when it becomes a product on a market or it's developed, it's used in clinic, that it's able to explain how it came to a conclusion. Most important is the CE marking process, which has always been there through the medical device regulation. But the AI Act adds flavor on top, but it's really about transparency and being able to explain to people and show people that it's not going to do any harm.
And actually, I have a question in continuation of this one. Do you think that research infrastructures need some particular specific regulations in the frames of international artificial intelligence, this act? Do we need some particular regulations in the use of algorithms, in the use of data which is produced in research infrastructures? How do you see that?
I think there's two sides of AI. One is AI as a research tool. So to help you develop new hypotheses, help you dig into very complex data sets and come up with ideas for you to do further research on. I think there requires very limited rules. I think the current legislative background is fine, because there you just want to generate ideas to bring the research forward. But the second you talk about AI as something for society, then you need to be very careful that you're preserving privacy, that you're doing ethical work, that you're also thinking things about like gender equality in your data sets and ethnic equality. I think good practices today are enough, and there are enough regulations to be followed. It's just that everybody needs to be aware what they are, not only in the basic process, but if their research is to go forward, for them to be aware what would it mean for their research to go forward. So a lack of awareness of the later development phases is one of the issues. Not new regulations, but awareness raising and training is probably most important.
I would add one specific thing. Lots of researchers are using AIs now like ChatGPT because ChatGPT has read all the literature. And so it's a good way to get started, to look across fields, and it will get better and better. You know, you can't read 1 million papers, but it can. However, there is a gap, because if the literature, the journals, have blocked full text access, ChatGPT would never have read it, or any other AI that's been trained in this way. So there is a question about research paying for publications, which is then not, their use is not maximized because of blocks of commercial control of the literature. And that may be something that's worth looking at from a regulatory point of view, that the EU should enforce that being enabled, so that we all benefit as researchers from the collective analysis of all those publications.
Thank you.
Can I have one comment? Yeah. At least from the environmental science, I can say that we have applications of AI on our data, but there's very often a problem that there are not enough data. So the quality of AI depends on the quality and the amount of observations. And we know more about the dark side of the moon than about the deep ocean. And I think that's a problem that we have with AI, that we can't properly feed it.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have questions in the room?
Yeah, it's Jos Bessems Vito, Flemish Institute for Technological Research in Flanders. My question is linked to the last remark. I think that so far AI is being used a lot for clinical research to develop new drugs, which is a good thing, I think, but we should certainly also try to elaborate further on how to use it more proactively to find what we call exposure-response relationships, from environmental exposure, foodborne exposure, consumer products exposure. And I agree completely with you that the quality of those data and also the amount of data is still quite limited. And therefore, we're happy that we are now, I'm in this project IRENE, PPP, so the preparatory phase, where hopefully within a few years from now we will have an ERIC in that area as well. But I completely agree, the quality and the amount of data to find those exposure-response relations is extremely important. Thank you.
But certainly we're underusing data sets which are available to governments and other agencies, which may be very messy. Health data is very messy, but AI is better at handling that than we are, certainly. So there is some value to be extracted from that.
Maybe it's a very good point you raise, and maybe from a governing of RI's perspective, maybe something that we should look at is how can we ensure that every research project that we're supporting as RI is developing results that are reproducible as possible. I mean, you'll never get 100% reproducibility, but as reproducible as possible. And if the results are positive, how can we ensure that they're robust enough for somebody else to say, I want to invest in that result and try and validate it further? We have a bit of a gap in that element. And so maybe in the funding process and the RI governance process, we need to look at that a little bit more and ensure that every single project says, if the results are good, then we can believe those results and invest further in them.
Just very, very quickly, on that topic, just on the horizon now, is it on? Hide it away. Just on the horizon from the industrial side, we're just starting to see now the demand for quality control, taking on the idea of quality and reproducibility, so that if they collect a tomography data set in, say, April, they can come back in November, and they know that they're going to get something that's reproducible, equivalent, that they can compare safely. And it's a non-trivial exercise. We hope the Commission's going to come armed with a bit of money to help us.
Thank you. Yes, we have more questions.
Yeah, thank you. Mark van Elsbeek from the Belgian Science Policy Office. Thank you for the presentation. I was very interested to hear about the collaboration between ICOS and the European Social Survey, combining environmental data with research, social research about the attitudes of European citizens. And maybe the question is also for Anton, because I was wondering to what extent this kind of collaboration between science, so to say, research infrastructure and social science research infrastructure, maybe it's also useful more broadly in translational research, because you said we need science, we need engineering, and I would like to add we also need social science, but I would like to know what you think about that.
Go ahead first. Well, yeah, when it comes to climate action in cities, then we have very often a climate action plan of a city, but we need also to know, or the cities need to know, the ideas of their citizens. And what they want to know from us, from the more engineering side, is can we measure the success of a single measure or the entire climate action plan? And this is some kind of a co-design idea that we have developed in this project, that we have one work package that is really collecting the societal aspects in the city, and then another work package or several work packages that are using the measurements to confirm that there is a success. And this is, of course, feeding back. And we are learning that, of course, there's very often a resistance against climate action. But when the citizens see, and that's our data, that this activity is successful, when we can show it in our data, then this is also feeding back to the society, and they can change the attitudes towards this measure. So we are very happy about this cooperation cross domains in this project.
And connecting to health and environment, I mean, it's a WHO priority now, the climate effect on health, linking those two worlds.
Indeed, it's very important to be able to link those two sources of data. The challenge is being able to link them in a meaningful way, and I think that's quite difficult. But there's a lot of activity there. In fact, we just have a webinar tomorrow with the European Association for SSH Infrastructures. Gabby here is in the room somewhere, and I think understanding the social and the environmental determinants of health are really important, especially if we want to go to personalized prevention. We can't just fix disease, we also have to prevent disease, and the only way to know how to do that is really understand what those social and environmental determinants are. There was a study in the US to understand something like that, and the biggest predictor of your life expectancy is your postal code. So it's really, there's a lot to be said about really understanding those socioeconomic and environmental factors.
Thank you. Yes, please.
If I may change the topic a bit, I was very interested, and I suppose this says very sad things about me, or how excited I get when I hear about block allocation and hubs to manage access to infrastructure. And there is when you combine that sort of instruments with European funding and the compromise between excellence when you are picking which proposal to give access to, industry involvement, SMEs, and I was wondering if you can expand a bit how you broke this compromise in between excellence and rapid access to SMEs.
If I try the bag, there were two questions there, right? I think the two questions, right? So for the bag or the hub access, they are assessed after the fact. Okay, so one identifies a community that could benefit. So in the pilots funded through Streamline, we identified pilot areas. Okay, can we try it? Bags have been around for donkey's years for structural biology. Okay, clear, works very, very well. We tried to extend that to other areas. The two that I showed, the shock bag and the ancient materials, culture heritage, worked very, very well. You have to have a community that can talk to each other. Okay, so you are going to come up potentially against communities that just don't want to work with each other. They're competing. So you have to be sensitive to that within this kind of structures. You can't force everything, but you can certainly encourage them to work together with the carrot of the rapid access, the flexibility, but they are then judged after the fact. So they get access for a certain amount of time, then they're reviewed. Review is good, bad, intermediary, whatever, then they're continued or not. So we've only been doing this now for a couple of years for the other areas outside of structural biology. The ISRAF we've just closed in May now? So in April, there was another set of applications, so there'll be some more hubs and bags coming out very soon, starting in September this year, where we carry on the experiment. But that's still based on scientific excellence, but judged after the fact. For SMEs, there is no scientific excellence. They have come to us with a challenge, a problem. We try and help. We identify the technique, and we give them access. Because it's still transnational access, it was under Calypso Plus, we still have to respect European Commission rules with an external, non-confidential review, if that makes sense. But the results that are provided to the SME are still confidential. So we don't have to publish. We do a little case study or something like that. But there's no assessment on scientific excellence per se. We judge it on technological interest, some level of science interest, but it's not the primary aim. And then the impact that it will have for the SME. You know, is it going to increase their TRL? Is it going to open a new market? What's it going to do? And we've got some studies after the fact where we can see that the TRL is typically increased by about 2 to 3 points, according to what they've been doing with us. Did that help a bit?
Okay. Thank you. I have another question actually in the same direction. Do you think that European research infrastructures are sufficiently in touch with industry and industrial needs? In general, do they participate in the development of technological capacities in Europe? Can they do better?
No and yes.
No, yes, we can definitely do better. When it comes, for example, to our data, there are many SMEs that are developing methods to support climate action, for example, and we are not too well connected to them now. So the commercial use of, or the industry use of our data is something we definitely have to increase. I showed this one example of this startup that is now developing consultancies for cities, and they are using, among many others, our data. But this is just developing. So we took a lot of efforts to make the infrastructure running. We are now operational, and that's definitely the next field to better develop.
So obviously, open data is widely used, as I said in my slides, valued by commercial entities. Problem comes when it's private restricted data, such as health data, and a lot of cohorts that are collected, the ethics have historically said no commercial use. I think there's an opportunity with the framework of the European health data space to change that with proper engagement with the public, because the model that's being planned of secure processing environments where the data doesn't leave actually protects individuals, and engagement with the public, certainly what we did in the UK for Genomics England, the patients and public were satisfied by that model, And then they're much more relaxed about industry using the data as well, because industry can't get a copy, they can just do the processing in place. So there's an opportunity to move things forward for improved industry access.
I think not all infrastructures are equally interesting to industry, because some are performing a much more basic science function, which is totally fine. I don't think everybody needs to have industrial user base. I think that's, but I think what we're not very good at is actually presenting ourselves as an interesting concept to industry. We're not good at selling, getting onto the company's critical path, saying, you have this problem and this is how we solve it for you. Because we go, this is a wonderful new machine I have, look at all these wonderful publications I can make with it, all these wonderful analyses, but they may not know what those analyses mean for them. So being able to become a bit more service oriented and saying, this is your development problem, I can fix it for you, and really being able to have a bit of a salesmanship in terms of being able to turn around how you talk to industry is very important, and we can do better at that. And marketing. We don't have the couple million euros a year it would take to actually make every company aware of the tools we have.
Okay, so instead of the slightly facetious answer I gave, I think we can't assume, you just said it, we can't assume that we've got a wonderful RI and it's just going to come through the door. We can't just build it and they will come, right? We've got to go talk to industry, ask them what the problems are, work out how we, if and how we can do it. Around, certainly around the light sources now and many RIs, there's an increasingly rich ecosystem of RTOs, be it CEA, Fraunhofer, VTT, CDTI, whoever it might be, and also intermediary companies that have spotted this niche in the ecosystem and that make money. One of our main commercial clients at the ISRAF is an intermediary company based just up the road from us called Novitom. They use us, they buy beam time, they then add value through experiment design, and they're marketing, they're going out to industry as we are. But I think this also goes towards TNA. Whenever we talk to industry about TNA, unless they're an SME, we say, but you've got to publish the results. It's open data, guys. Industry straight out, right? Not even going to go there. And it would be nice to see some modifications to TNA rules so that we could have industry coming through the door, at least for test access. And there's a debate about what publishing data might mean. If we're serious about getting industry through our doors, we have to be able to do those test accesses. We've got to be able to develop the sample environments, the workflows that industry want. Streamline enabled us to do that for BASF and for the other part I couldn't get to in the presentation. But I think we need that financing to de-risk the work that we do with industry to start with.
I would like to remark that we should not only focus on industry as our users or stakeholders, but there are also a lot of public users. We have just started a project with 12 infrastructures on environmental, in particular climate risks. And of course, there are industrial users, but we are also developing services for all kinds of public users, for example, agencies or disaster risk management is everywhere. It's in city councils, it's in governments, and I think that's a quite important user of our data. We should not only focus on industry, I think that's the competitiveness story, but we also have to look on the public users.
Yeah, I think there's a general issue of underuse of data, because just many organizations that historically haven't had a big data analysis side, it's a bit scary having to, particularly in the sort of AI space when there are all these different ways of doing analysis. And so there's a lot of engagement potentially, not just to industry, but also other researchers to reuse data, training around that as well as engagement. So a lot of Elixir activities are focused in that space, but there's a huge space of researchers who probably are not using resources that they could and saving themselves extra work doing extra experiments, for example.
Maybe just this is a little bit of a side comment, but right now there's a lot of attention on the RI-TI divide, and I think I'd like to advocate for the fact that there is no divide. It's really very much a continuum. So, for instance, in IATRIS, we also have technology infrastructures as part of IATRIS, whereas we're classified as a research infrastructure. And I think it's very important for this to be seen, for this to be a smooth continuum where everybody's working together, because we run the risk otherwise of having this this perceived binary thing with you one or the other, and then we create these more of the siloing that is really dangerous for developing innovations in Europe. So I think that's an important. The Retifi project, I think, is going to really enable us to understand more about that, right?
You're quite right. That grey space between RIs, TIs is innovationally important. A lot of the TIs are probably run by RTOs. They have trusted, I'm going to go back to industry, they have trusted networks with industry. Fraunhofer is likely a household name in Germany. Germans in the room. Fraunhofer is a household name, right? French is in the room, CEA, right? I'm French now, CEA, it's a household name. They are trusted names. ESRF, right? Yeah, who knows? But that space between the RIs and TIs, God help us if there's two silos, right? It can't be like that. We must be able to work with them. It would be great to see some, even, I'm making it up, pilot calls specifically targeting RIs plus TIs to engage with each other to do some problem solving, be it TNA, I'm not sure TNA-like, I don't know. I don't know, infratechie, infrasurvey, not too sure.
Thank you very much. Do we have some questions in the room? Yes, okay.
Thank you. Ornella Giacomo from Serikeric. More than a question, it's a comment, because we usually talk of industries as clients, so they come for access, but we need also to understand that they are providers of technology. We jointly develop technology, and this also reflects in the society. This is not usually acknowledged as it should, but we have many, even in projects, we have partners which are companies, and they benefit from the knowledge that they get from us as research infrastructure, so not only access. And a second comment to Werner's presentation. There has been a conference since, I think it's in the 7th edition, it's biannual, so 14 years ago, infrastructure started to think about how to improve energy consumption. There is this conference, Energy for Sustainable Science in Research Infrastructures. There you can find for your landscape analysis a lot of examples, and we are talking not about cosmetics, but we are talking about reductions of 30%. It's co-organized by CERN, by the European Spallation Source, European Association of Research Facilities. So there has been a lot of work done even before there were talks about the Green Deal, in this sense. So infrastructures were ahead of policy at that time.
Thank you.
That's what infrastructure should be, ahead of policy.
On this particular question of saving energy, one of the advantages of not distributing data is you only have to store it once. And when it's very, very large, 90 petabytes of genome data, for example, there's a huge saving. This was mentioned in the All of Us paper in the US. How many copies would normally be downloaded and stored on university systems, which are all spinning disks? If you have it in one place and move the software to the disk, you make a big saving in climate footprint.
Just quickly on the tech procurement, which is, I would dare to say, the main way that we engage with industry, right? With the heavy tech procurement we're doing. Not all the RIs are tech heavy, but certainly at the synchrotrons we are. We've been lucky, we've got a project, Annika's maybe in the room, who is one of the people over there somewhere, and there's Impress as well running with, it's called Leaps Innovation. I think we've got something like 50 companies involved, and it's all about tech procurement, working with industry to develop new technologies for the light sources. There's two other projects called AIDA and IFAST in the same class. We're doing PCP. I can't remember, there's like about 6 to 10 different ways of engaging with industry that we're trying to pilot and learn from, because it's scary. Our engineers want to keep a project to themselves because it's their baby, but suddenly you've got to collaborate with industry. You've got to let the design loose into the wild in some way. You've got to do a PCP, which is administratively heavy, but it's a valuable way to try to increase the market and bring new players in for a product that we actually need. Hopefully in the new work program coming up, we'll see some more of these kinds of activities to develop. It's a little bit different to an infratech, but it's in that style, but they're the innovation pilots. The Leaps Innovation one is coordinated by Desi, doing very well.
One remark, what I wanted to show in my presentation is that there are two aspects of greening. And we are very often talking only about the one, the greening of ourselves, how can we become environmentally friendly. but there are many infrastructures, and not only in the environmental domain, that are also contributing to the greening of societies. And I think we should see this aspect also as very valuable and a big assets that research infrastructures bring to our societies. We have a lot of valuable results, a lot of knowledge that we can give to our societies and help them to become environmentally friendly, climate neutral, and so on and so on.
Thank you very much. Actually, if you want to add something? Because, well, I mean, it's very passionate, this discussion. We can still discuss, but I think we have coffee break, actually, on the plan. But, I mean, we have touched upon so many passionate things, relations with industry, environmental reflection, also data accessibility, and also sensible data. This is another debate. But, well, if you still have something to add, please, and then let's go and continue to discuss during the coffee break, if you wish.
Thanks, Ellen. Just one small final comment. I think the S3 infrastructures are long-range instruments that are not only providing access to cutting-edge research facilities, but they're also policy instruments. And I don't think that's been done enough. It's being utilized enough. That's strategic strength. One small example of where we're very grateful for forward-thinking partnership is the European Joint Programme in Rare Disease, where it's not just the funders coming together and funding research, but it's funders plus infrastructures plus research facilities plus patients working together to make sure that the funding is more impactful and the science is robust and conducted to the standards that we need. I think we need to connect the funding process to the scientific process better. And the research infrastructures can be a very important policy instrument in helping tackle some of the big challenges, like greening, like robustness and rigor and reproducibility of research, etc. I think the infrastructure should play an important role there because they represent entire disciplines as opposed to single institutes.
Thank you very much. We have noted that. We will discuss about it maybe tomorrow, about the national approaches and landscape analysis. If you don't have more questions, then I think we finish with this panel. And now it's coffee break, right? And then see you later in 30 minutes for the final session of the day.
Coffee break until 4:30. Please find your seating place so we can start with the last part of today. I see there's a bit of a gathering here. It's the party people on the sides. Or maybe you are ready to run away quickly. You have to be here. Good. I think we're still missing some people from the coffee break, but they are on the way. I don't have any more jokes about scientists, so we'll just have to wait until they come in.
On stage, the 3+3 stage.
They were asking if there's a photographer present. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Just to, because they were asking. Ja, okay. Ja, perfect. Geen probleem. Sorry, can you come in? Okay, let's start. I must say this is one of those conferences where the audience is less punctual than the speakers. And that doesn't happen so very often. But it is what it is. We have arrived at the last part of the first day of this conference. And it's a bit of a special moment, I would say, because some people are going to be put into the spotlight for good work, I suppose, that they've done. And so I would like to invite the 2x3 representatives of LOFAR and Infrafrontier on stage. You can take a chair here. You can come right now and just line the stage. Feel free to take a seat. And then I would like to re-invite Anna Paganopoulou. I'm very sorry. It's also the end of the day for me. I'm sorry for mispronouncing it on stage. And then I leave the floor to you.
So I'm here again.
Yes, you are.
It's my favorite place.
It's your third time on stage.
My God, you're counting as well. So I hope you're not tired, because we have some distinguished guests around us today. This is the moment I'm sure that you have all been waiting for, which is the Eric Plate ceremony. What we are celebrating today, I think you know, and possibly you know as well, but I will remind to all of us. So we celebrate today the achievements of the establishment of the LOFAR and Infrafrontier European Research Infrastructure Consortia. 2 new ERICs, and you will explain to all of us what you are doing, and why LOFAR, and why InfraFrontier as names. LOFAR ERIC has reinvigorated low-frequency radio astronomy with its unprecedented sensitivity and angular resolution, and an enormous field of view and multi-beam capabilities. It will provide access to a wide range of science research services for the full European community. LOFAR ERIC is in distributed research infrastructures with cohesively operated facilities located in several countries. It has a statutory seat in, do I say it well? Twingelo, okay, which is in Netherlands. The other founding members are Bulgaria, Germany, Ireland, Italy, Poland. A very good combination of Benelux, North Europe, Balkans, South Europe, and Central Europe. Very good. This is a real ERIC. InfraFrontier ERIC is also in distributed European research infrastructures in the health and food domain for the generation, phenotyping, archiving, and distribution of in vivo, in vitro model systems and related data. It has its statutory seat in Munich, Germany, and other founding members are Czech Republic, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, and Sweden. Again, a very good geographical participation to this ERIC. InfraFrontier ERIC will coordinate access to services and resources for the research of gene function in health and disease, using in vivo in vitro model systems and related data, and will promote research training and application in all fields of genetic, phenotyping, archiving, and distribution of disease models. So I'm very happy to celebrate today with you the establishment of these 2 ERICs. Of course, both ERICs will contribute to top-level research, technological development, innovation, and societal challenges, and will represent an added value to what we discussed today, the European research area, the fifth freedom of the single market, and even beyond. This also reflects the diversity of the landscape and of the scientific challenges to be addressed. And we touch upon the difficult exercise of the balance between fundamental research and enablers for our societal challenges, which I also mentioned earlier today. I believe we must keep opportunities for deeper extragalactic surveys, very good, while combating human diseases. And we must take advantage of the expertise and of innovative digital tools, including AI, we talk a lot about AI today, from astronomy and astrophysics communities. I'm sure that this is the way to gain a lot. So what we have today, 28 ERICs, some of you are here, not maybe all the 28, that have been set up since 2011, and there are several others in preparation. In this context, ERIC has become, and here I would like to pay attention, a legal instrument of choice for a large part of common European research infrastructures initiatives, notably for those prioritized by the ESFRI roadmap. But it's not only about European infrastructures that are participating in ERICs. We also have international partners that are participating in ERICs. That's an additional added value, and we talk a lot about international collaboration in the context of research infrastructures, and ERIC provided the platform for that. Many of you may say not good enough, but possibly something to think for the future. This community legal framework, among the few ones that we have for research and innovation, we have the framework program and ERICs, that's all up to now, was indeed created with one aim: to facilitate the establishment and the operation of large European research infrastructures. Last autumn, the Commission issued its third report on the application of the ERIC regulation, which identified strengths and challenges. So, the ERIC instrument is helping structure and integrate research activities and resources within the new European research area. Nevertheless, as for many pan-European research infrastructures, the financial and operational sustainability of the ERICs remain a challenge. The report recommends that further effort is needed to strengthen the access programs for the ERICs and the availability of their services. Also, action needs to be taken to further strengthen the ERICs as a research organization and increase their impact. As you know, we are in a period of developing a new European research area policy agenda for the period 25-27. We expect that this new agenda will be in place early 2025. This work is done in co-creation with member states and stakeholders, where as representative of ESFRI also have been participated in other research infrastructures, and is very much based on the work of ESFRI. So we think that in the next era policy agenda, we continue to provide a policy guidance and proposing actions in the context of research infrastructures, and also an effective framework where we can discuss the future development of research infrastructures. In this context, any further developments of the ERICs or of the ERIC regulation should also enable linking more extensively the broader research infrastructure network and the new era to better respond to EU priorities and global challenges. And we are not going to wait for the next era policy agenda to start our discussions. On the 19th of June, we will organize a dedicated workshop to discuss about the future of the ERIC framework, where the ERICs, the ERIC Forum, the ERIC Committee, and the European Commission will meet and discuss about the challenges that we already have and how to better address them. Let's go a little bit to what we celebrate today. So the new ERICs, LOFAR and Frontier, that they are now established as ERICs, we expect that will provide the science-based information necessary to face grand societal challenges, such as human health, and to reinforce the scientific knowledge in key areas such as astronomy. I would like to wish to both of you, to both groups, to both ERICs, great success to the newly established LOFAR ERIC and Frontier ERIC. And with this, now is the moment that I have to give the plates that they are there. So let's start first with the LOFAR ERIC. I understand that the interim director, Mr. Wim van Kappelen, will be the one receiving the ERIC. Plate, not the ERIC, yes, plate. Wow, this is the first time that I do that. It's really special. And now that we are going to European elections, we have the European Commission logo. So, congratulations. I don't know whether you would like to say a few words about LOFAR. Please.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear Anna, thank you very much. In this presentation, I would like to give you an introduction into the LOFAR ERIC, or into LOFAR. But before I start, I would like to introduce you to the two people that I took today with me. First of all, it's Jacqueline Mout. She's the chair of the LOFAR ERIC Council.
And next to her is René Vermeulen, who is the founding director of LOFAR ERIC. So the LOFAR is a radio observatory or a distributed research infrastructure. And it all started in the Netherlands when the first pieces of LOFAR were built around 2010. And at that time, LOFAR was a Dutch organization. But over the last couple of years, 10, 15 years, more and more stations, antenna stations, were added to the telescope, and we've become a truly European collaboration. And that's why we're really glad that from December 2023, we're now an ERIC, the LOFAR ERIC. In this presentation, I'd like to explain you a little bit what a radio telescope or the low frequency array actually is, because I don't think many of you know what a radio telescope looks like. Maybe some of you have an idea. They think of very large reflectors, very big structures moving around. But LOFAR looks really different. So this is how LOFAR actually looks like, or the core of LOFAR actually looks like. So instead of building one massive reflector antenna, there are limits to how big you can build them, LOFAR is what we call a software telescope. So we built more than hundreds of thousands antennas distributed over Europe, and all the signals from those antennas are combined in a central location. And the radio signals that we study with this telescope come from the universe, and I'll show you some applications later on. So as I said, we have antenna stations located all over Europe. You can see them on the map over here. The signals from all antennas are sent to our central processing facility in Groningen in the Netherlands, where the data is real-time processed. And after that, the data is sent to our long-term archive and science data processing facilities. And those are currently located in 3 places in Europe, in Amsterdam, in Poland, and in Germany. LOFAR is, if you think of LOFAR, those antennas produce a lot of data. So our central archive currently contains 60 petabytes of data. So that's really a lot of data that we make available to the science community, to the astronomers at universities or scientists at universities that use that data to do their astrophysical research. And of course, we're supporting integrity, transparency, and openness of science data. And we aim to be as much as compatible to the FAIR principles as we can. So LOFAR has a very broad science case. So starting from the Earth here, we study, for example, lightning. We can investigate how lightning strikes exactly are formed. So that's really close to our home. We're looking to things like the sun, which is, in our perspective, really close as well, and ionospheric effects. But we also look at things that are much further away, things like pulsars, accurate clocks. There are fast radio flashes being observed nowadays. Where do they come from? How do they exist? Why do they exist? To the formation of galaxies, gas clouds, all of that. So LOFAR really has a very broad science case. And to illustrate the importance that LOFAR is a true European facility, I'm showing you this slide. So the animation starts with those big orange blobs. That is the level of detail that we could observe if we would only use the stations in the Netherlands, the core area of LOFAR. But if we add the information from the European stations, you can see that the amount of detail in the picture greatly increases, because in this radio astronomy imaging, the amount of detail in the images really depends one-on-one on the distance, the largest distance between the antenna stations. So that's why for us it's really, really critical to have antenna stations located all over Europe to get the best and most sensitive radio images from the sky. There we go. So LOFAR, this diagram shows you the number of publications, and we're really proud of that. It started around tens, but nowadays we reach more than 100 refereed publications a year. That means 2 papers a week, and that puts LOFAR, the LOFAR telescope, in the top 10% of all astronomical facilities in terms of productivity. But it's not just about the number of papers. We're also looking at the build-up of our community, because for an ERIC, it's really important to to have people collaborate. And that's what's, I won't explain in detail, but that's what's indicated in those lower two plots, that the amount, that the number of international collaborations and the network, our science users, is really growing. We have a growing network, we have growing level of collaborations. So this slide shows you some of the benefits that we think we have as an ERIC, but for us, it's to summarize this in one sentence. For us, it's really about making the organization much more robust, to operate and to develop the infrastructure in a much more robust way than we did in the past. So in summary, LOFAR is, thanks to the ERIC, LOFAR is continuing to deliver high-impact scientific results, contributing to and extending its broad science case. The LOFAR ERIC will serve as a robust governing entity for LOFAR, providing stability with a common vision and long-term policies and financing. And of course, LOFAR is extremely proud that we have become an ERIC. Thank you.
Does it work? No.
LOFAR works, definitely.
Yeah. Okay. Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
Why did you decide to apply for the ERIC?
Why did we apply for the ERIC?
Yes.
Yeah, I can go back to my slide, but as I said, we're an organization that started as a Dutch foundation, and more collaborating partners were adding to that. And as an ERIC, we have a much more robust government structure. Here we have where the governments are associated at a higher level than the organizations that were part of the foundation, that provides us with more stability and a more easy way of operating the instrument. And it opens other opportunities as well.
Do you see that through an ERIC you will have better opportunities, as you said, for collaborating at the European level?
Yes, definitely, yes. That's why we're here.
That's why we're here today.
Yeah.
Great, thank you so much. Congratulations again. I think I have to close this one. Oh, it's okay. I don't know. No, you don't leave yet. We haven't finished. So now is the second plate that we have to give. And I would like to invite to the floor Mr. Martin Rappe de Angelis, the founding member of, managing director, of the IFA Frontier ERIC, for his plate. Here you are.
All right. Well, it's great to stay here on that stage. It took 20 years, to be honest, and you will see in a second why. I'm not kidding. If I get my slides, please. Here we go. So InfraFrontier, the European research infrastructure for modeling human genomes or human diseases. Actually, I'm missing, so we have Roy Puschmann here. He is the chairman of our assembly of members, basically from the government side. We have Michael Reis here. He's the manager general for InfraFrontier. We are missing Daniela Sommer. She's actually the administrative director of the entity, so of the ERIC. But she can't be here because of some private reasons. Anyway, so what are we talking about? You might not be aware that out of the last 50 Nobel Prizes given to or awarded to physiology and medicine, 48 were basically done on the basis of animal experimentations. And from those 48, 25 were done involving rodents, especially mice and rats. And there's still not the time, and we are working on this very hard, to completely reduce or replace the animal model. So it's not like in energy where you can say, well, I put a solar panel on my roof and have electricity. If you really go in organ crosstalks, you still need the understanding in the organism, which for ethical reasons you would not do in humans directly. There are a lot of contributions in the different fields. I will show you a few examples in the next slides. So what are we and what are we standing for? On the one hand side, it's of course the European research infrastructure for modeling human diseases. But by this, we contribute to the human health by advancing disease prevention, but also when it comes to modeling diseases and working on cures and therapies to test these therapies in animals, especially when it comes to the genetic alterations of those animals. And we are currently a consortium of 15 countries with 21 partners. Not all of them joined the ERIC yet, but many of them are on the way to do this in the future. We also have Canada and Israel involved in the consortium. That means they also apply with us for funding. When I said, well, it's a 20-year story, I'm not lying, because we were one of the first we actually were on the first roadmap of the ESFRI process in 2006. That means we started thinking of this in 2003 and developed it from there. And we landed on the project landmarks in the roadmap from 2016. So the long history here, of course, with others, and some of them are in the room, and I have seen Tim Hubbard, he talked to you before, because he was involved in that panel at that time, shaping the first application for the biomedical sector at that time, that was named that way, to get it going. Okay, in more detail, we started with a big archive. Well, at that time, it was a small archive with 8 mouse lines involved. Today, we have over 8,000, making us the third largest in the world on the global scale. And this is only possible because we work together with other countries in Europe. A single country wouldn't be able to do this alone. We then added the mouse clinic concept. It's like super clinics for mice with all the instrumentations you imagine in a perfect clinic in a hospital for humans. And then, of course, we do a lot of education, and we have some special services where we talk about rare diseases, and that's a big thing because we are not only providing those, we also create and shape the animals which can be used as models for creating the disease and also then working on cures for the disease together with the research community. We were very active when it came to COVID-19. We could react quickly in this European entity, in this European distributed infrastructures, which was great to see. And of course, we have a special cancer landing place, especially in the light, because the cancer field is some of the most advanced fields when it comes to disease areas. You can't read this, but it shows starting from 1999 that we continuously received grants and funds from the European Commission, which we are very grateful of. So we always had what I call essential money, but also glue money, sticking the group together. We couldn't do it without that. Of course, the large amount of money for the infrastructure themselves comes from the nations involved, because there was this political decision to have the money more on the nation side. We would like to see this more on the Commission side, but that's a political debate. But as you can see here, this was a longer process, which was quite successful. And first, we had an infra-frontier GmbH, so a limited organization, which was interesting because Germany at that time couldn't go into an area because of the VAT exemption. It has nothing to do with the content of infra-frontier. It was just a political decision. But eventually, we moved then also within Germany in this direction that ERICs are possible also there. Okay, this is the landscape. If you look at that map, these little dots, these are all places, entities, which are users of the infrastructure. And you see it's a global scale here. Of course, Europe is in the top. This would be the light blue ones. These are the users in Europe. And the orange ones, if you can see colors, so on the top, this is basically the North America. And then there are, of course, other countries or continents like Asia and others. Of course, we would like to see more countries involved there, but this is basically how the science world currently works. China is coming up big time over the last years, of course, as everybody knows this. Besides working with these animals, we also took a lead in certain areas when it comes to the promotion of replacement, reduction, and refinement, which is very important to go to the next step and also involve more in vitro organizations, in vitro models for the next decades, basically, to work there. Talking about the global scale, we were founders because we were frontrunners within Europe, funded also by the Commission with some projects, where these projects run on the infra-frontier. So it's like an airport and the planes coming in as a project. And the IMKC and IMPC were two of these projects where the Americans then also matched, of course, with not only matched duplicated, triplicated the amount of money, as they always do this, but they joined in, and it was possible to build this global network where we are currently building a comprehensive catalog of mammalian gene function. So this is great because it would be the first annotated genome when it comes to the gene function with over 20,000 genes involved. And this is all open access, open science policy in the background. This is again the world map and all the institutions involved. And all the partners there from Europe are also partners in this global research project, working at the same time in the infrastructure. And we use the infrastructure to distribute all the material and all the data in the background. So that's the way we are working here. So on the global impact, as we have an open access policy, and of course working also, as we had before, on the FAIR principles, we just received this kind of marked verification of data has happened, which is important. We have over 15,000 user projects worldwide. And of course, also there we have some dedicated research areas. I don't go into details on that slide, but now we are, of course, in this state where we have the operation since many, many years, but now we have to bring the ERIC to life. That means besides the members we have already in place, and you heard the names already from Anna, I don't repeat this, others are lining up and join as states, as nations, basically the ERIC, so we are in an onboarding process. And of course they are, since we have this GmbH, some specialties to now fuse or bring the GmbH into the ERIC, which is new ground for lawyers, because this had never happened before, because the ERIC is still a young instrument, and of course Robert knows about these things as our chairman of the Assembly of Members. Okay, we are not stopping here. The next step is already upcoming, InfraPlus, a new program also funded by the European Commission, thanks for that, which is, besides creating more designed or bespoke in vivo models, also in vitro models, lining up with the communities there existing, but also talking again about data science, implementing also some KI mechanisms, where we have the first papers already, and this is the basis of the building then of the interfrontier. And then, of course, at the end, this will lead to the accelerating of human disease research. We are interlinked with some other ERICs. I see Jens in the background. I have seen Tony, many of those people who are also in the landscape of the health science. That's quite important. It's also interesting to open up to more to the environmental people, because this One Health concept, I guess, is an important one when you really talk about health also in the future. That's future music. It's different communities, but I guess it's important to align with those. You see here also a list of some projects where we are involved with other partners from the ERIC landscape. Looking ahead, of course, we have to get going now with our ERIC. We have to transfer the assets. We have to implement the InfraPlus working plan, so that's the next big step for us. And then, of course, we're going to enlarge the portfolio and bring in more people and more topics on the landscape here. Last not least, we really have to thank a lot of people. 20 years is a long time. First of all, the Commission, also the S3 group, and also these people who are involved and working hard for the S3. Then our dedicated ministry working group with the different countries involved. We had several meetings over the last years, quite interesting to see. Then the centers involved who committed also their platforms and their infrastructures and opened them for the European use. The ERIC Forum, and of course the whole InfraFrontier GmbH team, which will be moved now to the ERIC, so they have their basically contracts in the ERIC then. That's all from my side. Thanks a lot for your attention. Thank you.
I have a question also from my side. First of all, I'm happy that EU funding helps you. It took a lot of time, as you said. What are the main challenges that you have over these years? And whether we can do something from the Commission side to alleviate these challenges, even in view of rethinking the ERIC regulation?
Yeah. Starting with the last question, I guess what we learned is these funds, even if they are not multi-million or multi-multi-million dollar checks you get, are essential for us. Even if you sometimes say, well, you should get the money from the nations, but without this kind of what I call the glue money, things would fall apart. Even if it's only for meetings or larger organizations or bringing people together, that's essential. That's what we need. First question, my license plate on my license plate states STA, that's for the city I'm living, and then EU. Since many years, and there's a reason for that. I strongly believe in the European infrastructures. I strongly believe in the European Union, even if we have many things to do in front of us, a lot of problems. But I don't see any alternative. So having this spirit is basically, well, brought us also as a group over the last 2 decades, never give up, even if it takes a long time. It's really worthwhile going for that if we really take it seriously to build a European research area. And this is where the Commission is so important, also where the Parliament is important, to have always an open eye and an open ear for us, that we can talk to each other. I guess that's the major point here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations also from my side. You can choose to stay on stage or go back to your seat as you wish. It's up to you. We have some more Erics in the room we would like to give the floor to. And we would keep it short, so each Eric gets maximum 2 minutes, and I have 2 questions for them. First question, what is a positive experience that you had with being an Eric? Second question, what is a challenge maybe you had in this time? And the first Eric that will have something to say about that is actress Eric. And we have a microphone there, and I would be curious to find out as well.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to the new Erics. You have one immediate challenge ahead of you, and that is what is the most prominent place to place the plate? And by the way, we haven't solved it yet in Actris Eric because we are still in the temporary office spaces, and we are waiting for our permanent office so that we can really find a nice place for the plate. It's important. But more seriously, I start with the challenge. So Actris is a year-old Eric, and I would say as a challenge and also as a success that building a sustainable financial model for a highly distributed research infrastructure like Actris Eric was a challenge. It took time. It was success because we reached the goal, but it required a substantial commitment and persistence from the countries that were supporting Actris and the community. And of course, it stays as a challenge in future, as we heard today, so we still need to work continuously to build a sustainable funding model. Then I want to mention also that the Actris, as an atmospheric research infrastructure, it brings together different scientific communities with various scientific and technological approaches. And this is what I'm really happy about and proud for, that we have had really fast progress in the last 2 years in harmonization of the data curation, fairness of the data, measurement procedures, and management. That has been a really big task for the community. And being an ERIC has made all this work much more efficient. The management is easier, the coordination is easier, and it also makes Actris as an Actris ERIC more visible to the world outside Actris community. Thank you.
Thank you. I heard more positive experiences than challenges there, so that's a good sign. Next one is Ellie Eric, who's here, voilà, over there. Same question for you. One positive experience and one challenge.
Okay, first, what is Eli Eric, the Extreme Light Infrastructure Eric? It's a multi-site laser research infrastructure in the Czech Republic, Hungary, and hopefully in Romania. The positive experience began in 2007 because Eli Eric is an example of European integration in the preparatory phase without the knowledge of the scientific community led by Gérard Mourou. It wouldn't be made possible to build it. During the construction phase, we had the opportunity to use structural funds, national funds, and European funds, and again, a lot of people helped us to construct it. For example, I don't know, Wolfgang Sandner, I must say aloud. And during the initial operation phase, again, the European Commission helped us with the Impulse project, And we are in operations now, and we offer capacity in joint calls. So this is a big success of the European Union in the new member states. What is the challenge is that we are the Czech Republic, Hungary, and Romania, and every country has a different culture of management, of dealing with things, and we need to really apply empathy and emotional intelligence across the facilities, because a merger of 3 facilities, now we are over 700 employees. Last year we were 300, and when Romania joins, it will be over 1,000. So it is a challenge to understand each other, to respect each other, to understand the motivation. And this is a lot of work to do.
Thank you. Again, lots of positive experience and some challenge as well. UBI, Eric, over there. Can you pass the microphone?
I can come here in the front. It's
fantastic.
Easier for me.
So we can see you, indeed.
So I'm John Eriksson. I'm from Eurobiomaging. So Eurobiomaging provides advanced imaging services, obviously the whole range from molecules, cells to even human patients. We started 2019, and we were with high hopes of providing flying services for people needing advanced imaging. So this was December 2019. In March 2020, things came to a complete standstill. So this is the challenge. Both our positive and the negative relates to access. And this is the challenge. And it wasn't so bad, actually. The COVID didn't hit us so hard because we could engage in remote access. We could do things in preparing for access and so forth. We came out from the COVID. Then one of the challenges was awareness. The other challenge was providing access funding, which is something that still is a challenge. But the good news was that the InfraServe projects came to our rescue. They were fantastic, I must say. So we had Isidore, we had Cancer, AgroServe, we're part of both 3. And the user projects, really nice success stories. I was on an Isidore meeting last week. Wonderful stories. We get good rating, 5 by 5. And we come out of these stories and we realize that we are dealing with the core of European competitiveness, which is the topic today. I think this is something we should watch closely. The competitiveness is right here. This is not existing anywhere else in the world, having ERICS infrastructures of this kind, not in the United States, not in China, nowhere else. We should use it, we should foster it, and in that respect, we are very supportive of European Union creating access models that are sustainable for transnational access and other types of access, and for ESFRI providing knowledge, know-how, and awareness that we have this system in place. So hooray for the ERICS and all the infrastructures.
Thank you. We are moving on swiftly with Instruct Eric. Here at the front, we even have a duo for you.
Yes, let me introduce Claudia Alenma Amaro, is head of operations at Instruct.
Thank you, Harold. Instruct is the distributed research infrastructure for structural biology. We offer our services in 11 centers around Europe. And I will say that a great positive thing through the years has been opening our doors to the research community all over Europe. In 2011, we received our first application. A Portuguese scientist went to EMBL Hamburg to use their facility. And since then, we have helped thousands of structural biologists to use our facilities, which has been a fantastic opportunity for them and for us to make it a really fulfilling experience to be able to help them into use the research infrastructure they need. And now I would like to introduce Harold Schwalbe, our director.
Yes, hello. I'm director since 2.5 years, and it has been a challenge, the onboarding. And it has been a challenge to get Germany joining Instruct, but we made it. And what are challenges? Before I go a little more serious, I mean, let's stay light because we also should have fun. So learning European acronyms is a challenge. And yielding to increasingly short deadlines, writing applications is a challenge. But a little more serious, I think, and I take up what John just said a moment ago. I mean, we have this global challenge of staying competitive as European, and we have European shared values that we are believing that they actually create creativity above other societies. And I'm a true believer in this. And so let's please stay at the creative and curious edge of how we operate, and sort of let more of the administrative, formal things do other people. Hierarchical organization of how science should be done should be left to dictatorships, and in Europe we have democracy, and we join in democracy. So let's stay creative, innovative, curious. That I think is a challenge for all of us to always think about this, because I truly believe that this is our competitive edge compared to other societies.
Thank you so much. We have 4 more to go, so stay attentive. Next up, Anna E.E. Eric, over there.
Hi, I'm representing Anna Eric, which is the Analysis and Experimentation on Ecosystems on behalf of the Director General, Michel Bohr, who's at an InfraServe project, which is the DNA of our research infrastructure, which is climate change risks. And this dovetails into our positive experiences. We are 2.5 years old, and we straddle both the life sciences and the environmental clusters. And looking in the closest in the rearview mirror, I'll repeat what some people have already said. It's the infra calls in the research infrastructure program, work program, which we benefited from. We coordinate InfraServe project called AgroServe, and we are partners 3 other ones. So what does this do? And they're integrated services. So it opens up the opportunities to interact with other research infrastructures and really fuel innovation, at least ideas that will then one day lead to new services and greater access. The challenge, of course, is making this a reality afterwards. But there's also the infratech calls. So we're very glad to be part of that as well. So there you have basic research or applied research being financed to enhance this aspect. So research and innovation alive and kicking, but the challenge, of course, being making it come to fruition. Another challenge which Werner Kuch already mentioned, but there's no harm in reiterating it, it's the aspect of greening of research infrastructures. And one point I'd like to make is the distributed research infrastructures which have services spread across Europe, service providing facilities, do not face exactly the same as the institutional ones, which are very large. We are trying to get people to behave together, but we are not the owners of our service providers. So we can do certain initiatives. Again, Werner presented those, and we should continue to do it, like travel, etc. But we can't make our infrastructure at the source green. That's up to the owners. So ask not what we can do for you, but what we are already doing and have done as environmental or other research infrastructures in greening. So that's the challenge, to respond to that call. So it could be larger and envelop our activities in a greater sense.
Thank you. We should have also somebody from ESS, Eric, in the room, over there in the middle. So one challenge and one positive thing is still the challenge for you.
Good afternoon. It will be a short one. I'm coming from European spallation source, Eric, which is under construction in southern Sweden, in Lund. We are a single-sided neutron source under construction. Aim is to be the most intense neutron source globally when we are in operation. So short state of play. Civil construction has ended like 2 years ago. And by the next year, we will have our first neutrons, and then the other year, start of the experiments will start. By 28, we will go live with the state operations. So for the positive experience, being an ERIC, I mean, we benefit from the procurement practices mostly, because we are like we are very dependent on the in-kind delivery. So common procurement practices, I mean, we are benefiting too much. And also the recognition within the research sector. So we are also very active on the European research funding environment. So we are running more than 10 EU projects right now. And for the challenge, it will be like a very brief, and it's already identified in the, I mean, by the ERIC Forum and by the Commission already, which is on the human resources, because we found it a bit difficult to make the secondments of our researchers to our associated countries and in-kind organizations. And also their secondment and their mobility to ESS is becoming a bit hard because of this pensioning and income tax schemes. So we have some difficulties there. And with that, I mean, I would like to welcome LOFAR and Frontier to ERIC Forum once again. We wish you continued success. That's all.
Thank you. It's actually quite easy to present because you're all called Eric. Would be an interesting conversation between you. So, Eric, what do you think? Good. Sorry, I had a small laugh in my head about that. Emzo, Eric is the second to last. Who is here from EMSO? Yeah. Over there. But, I'm surprised because you tell us, why are you surprised?
Because I did not answer positively to your email Sunday, and there is a reason why. It's because I'm just baby born. I'm the new director of the EMSO research infrastructure since the 16th of May. So to give you my feedback and my experience on EMSO would be something difficult. I just can say that I'm a kind of mother of it because in 2006 and 2007 I was the deputy coordinator of a network of excellence named ISONET NOE. It was involving 57 partners, and after this it started with EMSO preparatory phase, EMSO dev and so on, and this was led in Italy by INGV and with Ifremer in France as deputy coordination. And finally, 15 years after, almost, I'm coming back there. So I'm meeting again the community, and for me it's a very, very interesting and pleasant experience. By the time, I did not forget about research infrastructure because I was working on the, I would say, the design, the community preparation of the coastal research infrastructure, or maybe future research infrastructure on the H3 landscape, namely Jericho, and which is now coordinated by my colleague, Laurent Delaunay, here. So in the marine domain, at least there are several research infrastructure, but there are this EMSO and Jericho, who maybe will be on the S3 roadmap next time. We will see. That's a mystery.
Thank you. Sorry to ambush you, but You did well.
No, but I can improvise, you can see.
You sure can. Well done.
Thank you.
Let's see if the last one is also an ambush. Life watch, Eric?
No, it's not.
It's not. Good.
Let me stand in the front line. Christos Arvanitidis, LifeWatch Eric, CEO, Civil Spain. I'll start from the challenge, and I think the biggest challenge, to my knowledge, that LifeWatch went through ever was in the start of the 2010s, where we entered in a death valley because the preparatory phase ended, and then we were waiting, for decisions of the countries. But then we came in contact with different procedures. For example, the decision-making procedures, which were different in different countries, and also electoral cycles, which were repetitive, in some countries, and therefore that was a big impediment for the development of LifeWatch to become an ERIC. I think that it was mostly, a cultural problem, a problem of communicating things to each other, of respecting procedures and ways of behaving in different countries. And I think that we came up out of this landscape because of the bravery of the countries that are hosting today the common facilities, which are Spain, Italy, and the Netherlands, and also the support of this fantastic community, our community, our LifeWatch ERIC community. And this is how what kept us alive, the pre-investment of those three countries and the support from the community, and finally we became an ERIC in 2017. Now, if you ask me about a positive experience, I think that the most positive experience we ever had was to have the chance to open opportunities to the community, to assist them in order to make, top science. Trying to do that, by our own means, our own resources, but also through several projects, many projects actually, like InfraDev, InfraIOSC, biodiversity projects. And I think that the most important moment was this year where we organized a workshop in Barcelona in the framework of IOSC Future Project, where we were trying to see how to develop the collaborative interfaces between the clusters, the infrastructures. We were trying, together with our colleagues from the infrastructures, to find out how IOSC can support this and how this can be supportive to the creation of the next generation scientists who can do science by using tools by many disciplines and many domains. And this is the kind of message we hand over to the next generation of projects within IOSC. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. We are almost at the end. I just have one question for you still, and if I can ask the tech to put on the Mentimeter, with what feeling do you leave here today? So move from your brain to your heart, or wherever your feelings take place. With what feeling are you leaving here today? And you can scan the code indeed. Only positive things allowed, of course, yes. Expectations. I'm hungry, yes. I give you some more information about that. Family, curiosity, shared challenges, hope, rejoice, triple use, more on USC. Inspired, high expectations, more on e-infrastructures. Inspired, trust, challenges, sustainability, curiosity. Inspired is gaining some traction here. Happy is also a feeling. More inspired, now that I say it, it's on your attention. Lots to do. It's a great community you are part of. Somebody is very proud to have ERICS in the EU. And inspired becomes more and more centered. There's also somebody who said impressed, no money. Lots of work to do. Vote next week pro-Europe, somebody said. Research infrastructure, friends, resilience, more ERICS even, more than the 28. Somebody spoke with many people, and I hope you were happy about that, and that it was not a disappointment. Well networked, and let's see the last ones popping up. I think ECOS is missing. Maybe we can still find them. No? ECOS? Yeah, it was on the panel. All right. There are some people probably as well from the online community, because as you know, this day was also streamed and probably watched by thousands of people. Some of you might be your colleagues. And that's it for today. Tomorrow, we start earlier. So not 10 o'clock, but 9 o'clock sharp. We start here, same place, with the same group of people, hopefully. There is also a dinner for you tonight at 7 on top of us. It's on the 5th floor, called Albert. And there you will be able to get some nourishment and get your strength up for tomorrow. That's it. Thanks a lot. Enjoy your evening and see you tomorrow.